transformation, we take a leap forward into a new chapter. Anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity, we stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk. With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business-as-usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create sub-holdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream sub-holding, refining and petrochemical sub-holding, commercial and trading sub-holding, gas sub-holding, power and new renewable energy sub-holding, and integrated marine logistics sub-holding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia. And as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions, PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huaye, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
These extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new Forest Positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
Our homeland, a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, We are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter. Anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity, we stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk. With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. In the oil and gas business, we are a cost leader, operating fields producing over 300 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, of which 70% is gas production. In the power business, we generate more than 4,000 gigawatt hour per year. Cleaner energy is our way to move forward. And with our power business, we aim to support the transition towards low-carbon energy, championing geothermal resources and the power of the sun. Through the copper and gold mining business, we contribute to the energy electrification, supporting the climate change agenda. Medco Energy remains committed to sustainable growth and the well-being of future generations for many years to come.
As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation, exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity.
Did you know that blue carbon ecosystems like seagrasses absorb carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than trees? The ocean is in crisis, but with action, it can become a sustainable driver of economic growth. GGGI works across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean to restore ecosystems, empower communities, and build a resilient blue economy. GGGI's work is guided by 3 pillars that shape our global approach. Pillar 1 is resilient blue bioeconomy. Pillar 2 is marine industries and low carbon transport. Pillar 3 is blue carbon and sustainable finance, which we unlock climate finance through blue carbon markets, blue bonds, and debt for nature swaps to support long-term coastal resilience.
GGGI will be with you on the journey to turn our oceans from a sea of crisis to a sea of hope.
Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic nation, our ocean holds our planet's future. But today, it is under threat due to the impact of climate change. It is also our greatest climate ally, so we believe amplifying the ocean climate nexus is essential. Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative is a think tank committed to ensuring justice for the ocean and for those who depend on it. We support Indonesia through several strategic programs. We provide detection, legal analysis, and case assistance against IUU fishing and assist in maritime security policy development. We advocate for the protection of fishers' rights, including decent work, legal protection, and equitable access to marine resources. We provide assistance in the implementation of safeguards to ensure that carbon initiatives uphold environmental integrity and community rights. We support effective law enforcement against mangrove deforestation and drives long-term protection. We call for a paradigm shift in environmental law grounded in 5 main principles. Through our partnerships, research, advocacy, and enforcement supports, we strengthen Indonesia's leadership in ocean governance.
Each day comes with great possibilities. Because we must keep moving. Drive solutions. So we can construct a better, stronger, and more resilient future. We are SIG. We're a leading building solutions company in Indonesia. Our innovations and solutions enable us to deliver effective results every single time. They're efficient, high-performing, and environment-friendly. Together, they support sustainable transformations and go beyond next with SIG.
At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is day 6 in COP, especially in Indonesia Pavilion. How are we today? Good. Are we ready to rock and roll? Okay, so we've talked in the past 9 days, we've talked about peatland, we've talked about mangroves, we've talked about social forestry. Today we will talk about different aspects. That's managing forest fires. So this is in relation to the capacity of Indonesia forest fire brigades. So forest fires indeed have caught global attention as an environmental and economic issue. It contributed to biodiversity loss, carbon emissions, and it has a direct negative impact on humans' health. And many researchers stated 99% of forest fires are caused by human activities. The Global Fire Management Hub, established by the FAO, has established 5 key pillars that are designed to strengthen countries' ability in integrating its fire management system. And we are going to discuss this morning one of the key pillars. It is the capacity building. And it is built and integrated within the Manggala Agni. It's the name for Indonesian Forest Fire Brigade since 2002. So today, our speakers will explore and share knowledge and best experiences of Indonesians Manggala Agni in prevention and suppression. And hopefully together we could all develop a network for a better forest and land fire management. Okay, so I would like to, should I call all the speakers or you can manage, Pak Chris? Okay, so I'll call our moderator and I will introduce him briefly. He is the Director of Public Relations and International Cooperation, Ministry of Forestry, Indonesia. He's also a former coordinator in Indonesia Pavilion. Since he set the rule, so we, this morning, have a diverse perspectives, various speakers from different backgrounds to talk about how strengthening capacity building of Manggala Agni to reduce forest fires. Please welcome Bapak Krisdianto.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and also good afternoon and good evening, because it's online at the moment. And thank you very much for coming in this Indonesian Pavilion, distinguished guests, speakers, colleagues, and we are now having the session in the Indonesian Pavilion, the COP30 UNFCCC with the title Strengthening Capacity Building of Manggala Agni. What is Manggala Agni? We will find out later. Manggala Agni to reduce forest fire and greenhouse gas emission in Indonesia. And before we invite all the speakers, we want to welcome Dr. Pak Thomas Nivinlurin, the Director from the Forest Fire Control from the Ministry of Forestry. Pak Thomas, time is yours. Please give applause to him, please. It's still morning. Come on, cheer up.
Check. Very good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure and honor for me to welcome you all to the talk show of strengthening capacity building of Manggala Agni to reduce forest fire and greenhouse gas emissions in Indonesia. For those who are not familiar with Manggala Agni is Sanskrit language, meaning the fire commander. Manggala Agni is Indonesia Forest Fire Brigade. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank to all speakers, Dr. Lala Steele from FAO, who will join us today from Rome by Zoom. Dr. Song Min Kyung from National Institute of Forest Science, Republic of Korea. Mr. Hideyuki Kubo from JICA, Japan, and my colleagues, Dr. Isar Albar from Indonesia Ministry of Forestry, for their meaningful participation today, and will share their thoughts, findings, and lessons learned concerning the importance of human resource development in integrated fire management. Our thanks also goes to Dr. Krisdianto, my colleague, the Director of International Cooperation, Indonesian Ministry of Forestry, that will be our moderator for today. Thank you, Pak Chris. And of course to Indonesian Pavilion Secretariat team and Ms. Annie, my team from Jakarta, for the excellent work in organizing this event today. I would like also to acknowledge my colleagues, Dr. Tito, the Director of Mangrove Management from the Ministry of Forestry. Thank you for your participation, sir. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about climate change, forest and land fire, wildfire, bushfire become a global threat that affecting our forests. The fire contribute to deforestation, land degradation, biodiversity loss, food and livelihood insecurity, and reducing quality of life. Based on the IPCC report, scientists remind us that the global rise in temperature will influence the probability of extreme fires. And based on the UNEP report in 2022, climate change and land use change are projected to make wildfires more frequent and intense, with a global increase of extreme fires up to 50% by the end of this century. As global temperatures rise, it's expected that size, frequency, and severity of wildfires to increase in the years ahead. It means that the fire will be more challenging to be addressed. In this situation, it is difficult for one country to resolve this problem without support and collaboration from partners. Distinguished participants, in recent decades, many countries are committed to combat forest and land fire with multiple approaches and efforts. And this can be shown recently during the opening thematic sessions and Belém Climate Summit, November the 6th, 2025. Excellencies President Lula just launched and declared call to action on integrated fire management and wildfire resilience that had been endorsed by 62 countries by today, including Indonesia, Republic of Korea, and also Japan. And 2 years back, during the 18th International Wildland Fire Conference in 2023, Global Fire Management Hub, or we call it Fire Hub, has been launched, organized by FAO. The Global Fire Hub aims to enhance collaboration across region and global in implementing integrated fire management that cover 5 pillars, notably knowledge and data sharing, capacity building, fire risk reduction, wildfire resilient communities, and policy support. The 5 pillars are designed to strengthen countries' ability to implement, we call as the 5 Rs: review and analysis, risk reduction, readiness, response to fires, and recovery, as well as reducing the negative impacts of wildfire on people, landscape, and the global climate. How about Indonesia, and what sort of policy and action had been done and planned for the future challenge in reducing greenhouse gases emission from forest and land sector? And what kind of mitigation strategy will be applied in anticipating the massive fire? Distinguished guests, Indonesia, home for almost 120 million hectares of forest, and we have a tremendous experience in combating forest and land fire since 1984, when the big fire impacted almost 3 million hectares of forest at the time. However, during the last decades, in 2015, since paradigm shifting from suppressions to prevention approach, the forest and fire in Indonesia have been decreased significantly from 30% to 93% within period 2015 up to 2025 by now, by using baseline data 2015, which burn area calculation reached almost 26 million hectares of forest and land. Indonesia have learned that the achievement in handling the severe forest and land fire depend on 3 key pillars. First, develop a collaboration among parties at national, regional, and international level. Secondly, maintaining a well coordination across sector and region. And lastly, encouraging a meaningful participation of communities. Indonesia has taken action based on the many years experiences, but we also realize that improvement cannot be achieved without support from partners countries and global partners in addressing forest fire issues. Therefore, today, we have several partners that will present their role and contribution to integrated fire management in Indonesia as well as at global scales. Colleagues, distinguished participants, this talk show will discuss capacity building as one of the key pillars of the Global Fire Hub. In line with that, Indonesia has established its forest fire brigade known as Manggala Agni since 2002, aiming to contributing in reducing greenhouse gas emissions such fire and have been mandated by National Determined Contribution and Indonesia Voluntary 2030. This talk show aimed, among others, to share the role of Manggala Agni, lesson learned and best practices on capacity building program in strengthening forest and land fire mitigations, and how achieve the target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions as has been mandated in NDC and Indonesia Voluntary 2030. One of the near future challenges that Indonesia should always be prepared that based on climate outlook by the Agency for Climate and Weather of India, BMKG, 2027 is considered as El Nino year after 2023. It means that all resources in mitigating forest and land fire in 2026 should be well prepared and managed accordingly, including the preparedness of forest firefighters, forest fire brigade of Manggala Agni, and all relevant parties in the country. In order to maintain the professionalism and competence of forest fire brigade, we are remaining open to strengthen cooperation among partners countries and international partners through developing a meaningful program in the country or overseas. We hope the achievement and lesson learned we gain from integrated fire management could provide a broader contribution not only in the region but also in global. Colleagues and distinguished participants, in closing, again I would like to thank and appreciate for all participants in this event and for all the support giving to Indonesia. With that, I officially declare this talk show open, and I wish you all an enjoyable discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Thomas. Thank you, Pak Director Thomas. Please give applause to him. And as Pak Thomas mentioned, he is the director for the Forest Fire Control. As you can see, he is wearing the red batik with the tiger on it. So it's represent the braveness of the how to handle the forest fire in the field. And thank you for coming, and everyone that Indonesia has demonstrated strong and consistent leadership in advancing integrated forest fire management. We don't want to have a forest fire happen every year, but it's very devastating. Forest fire is 2015 and 2019 in Indonesia, and Indonesia is now involved in the Global Fire Management Hub established by FAO. Then have the 5 pillars. This is the most important thing. The 5 pillars is the knowledge and data sharing, capacity development, and wildfire resilient communities, policy development and implementation, and risk reduction and early warning. And one of the pillar is what we call it capacity building or capacity development. So today we want to learn about what is the capacity building has been done in Indonesia. And I invite the first speaker, Dr. Israr Albar. He is the Deputy Director of Forest Fire Management, the Ministry of Forestry. Please come sit. And the title of his presentation is The Capacity Building to Strengthen Manggala Agni in Reducing Greenhouse Gas Emission from Forest Fire. And then we also invite Ms. Song Min Kyung. And she is the research official from the National Institute of Forest Science, Republic of Korea. She will talk about the KFS cooperation project in forest and land fire management to contribute climate change mitigation and potential future cooperation. And we have Dr. Hideyuki Kubo. Please come forward. He is the Chief Advisor of Community Movement Program on Forest Prevention in Indonesia and JICA. And his title of presentation will be JICA's Program for Supporting Forest Fire Management in Indonesia and Potential Future Cooperation. And the last but not least, we have Dr. Lara Steele. She is having online with us. She is a forestry officer for Integrated Fire Management, Forestry Division from FAO. She will talk about FAO's strategy to address forest fire issue in developing countries. Now, the first, I would like to invite Dr. Israr to give presentation about 10 minutes, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Chris. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the audience here. Thank you for attending these important discussions. Today, I would like to share about the strengthening capacity building of Manggala Agni fire brigades to reduce forest fire and greenhouse gas emissions in Indonesia. Next, please. Perhaps we look at the current conditions in the world about the forest fire. This is the view of the forest fire in 2025. We can see here that Indonesia also noted about 343,000 hectares that we calculated until this September. And then you can see here, this is the Brazil. I think it's about 20 million hectares burned this year. And then several countries also having the same fire occurrences this year. And we know this based on the UNEP report that with this climate change and also the land use change, so there will be the extreme fire will be more, at least until 50% more until the end of the century. Next, please. And this is about the emissions, the greenhouse gas emission from the wildfire. You can see here for Indonesia in 2019 and then 2023 and then 2015, of course. There's a big fire in Indonesia, and then of course there's also the greenhouse gas emissions also become highest at the time. And then I think Japan and also South Korea just small emissions based on this data. Next, please. If we look at the source of emission, we can refer to the first boom for Indonesia in 2015. So at least 47% is come from the land use change and including the pit fire. And then the second BUR also mentioned about 44% also come from the LUCF and pit fire. And then the third BUR also mentioned 50% the source of emissions come from the LUCF and pit fire. And fortunately, the first BTR that we submitted in 2024, it's decreasing for the LUCF as well as pit fire. It's less than 25%. So we believe that the reducing the hotspot, the active fire, and then the fire occurrences as well as the burn area is the key to reduce the emission, also to achieve the volume net sinks target. Next, please. Next, please. You can look here. For example, this is the satellite data in 2015. Let's say this is in Sumatra and Kalimantan. We can see here clearly about the active fire in Kalimantan in September 2015, and also in South Sumatra, there's a bulk of the hotspot of the active fire. In 2019, we can see clearly here, this is the yellow one, is the big thick smoke in Jambi, and we can also have the record from the photo from Jambi itself, the yellow thick one from the ground. And then this year, we also having another fire episode. This is in Riau, in Rokan Hulu, where the smoke, the thick smoke, and also the transboundary has pollution for a while. It's across the Malacca Straits. Next, please. This is the active fire. If we check from the 2015 until this year, you can see here. So this active fire mainly occur in Sumatra and Kalimantan. These two main islands, they also have the pitland fire, the pitland area there. So in 2015, 19, and 23, there's the fire seasons as well as also the El Nino years. Perhaps in the next 2 years, in 2027, we will have another El Nino years. So this is also in line with the wildfire, where the 2015, 19, and 23 is the biggest fire, and also in burn area. Next, please. This is the burn area 2 years ago in 2023. This is not the active fire or the hotspot, but this is the burn area that we delineate every month. So this is the accumulations of the burn area using the Lancet and also Sentinel. And then you can see here in Sumatra, there's South Sumatra, and then Kalimantan, West Central and South Kalimantan, and East Java. We also noted here West and East Nusa Tenggara. Also, there's a lot of fire as well as the burn area. And in South Papua, there's always a little bit fire there, and we recorded also the burn area. Next, please. This is the burn area in Indonesia from 2000 to this year. You can see here in 2002 that we just established our Manggala Agni Fire Brigades, and then in 2006 we have a big fire, 3.8 millions, mainly in Sumatra and Kalimantan, and then 2015, 2.6 million hectares burned. The same places, Kalimantan and Sumatra, and then 2019 we lost 1.6 millions, and then 2023 we lost 1.1 million hectares forest and land. So this is the bigger picture in Indonesia, how the big fire is become the challenging. Next, please. If we look the forest fire trend, at least for the last 8 years, we can see clearly here that the forest fire in Indonesia will start, let's say, in June or July. So this is based on our burn area that we calculate every month. In 2019, this is the big fire in Indonesia, and then 2023, so we can see there's a peak of the graph. So every June and July, and then in November, they will be decreasing the forest fire as well as the burn area. Next, please. This is the latest update of the burn area in Indonesia in 2025 as of 31st October 25. So we lost about 343,000 hectares this year, and we hope it's less than, let's say, 400,000 hectares. And the main locations still Sumatra, Kalimantan, East and West Nusa Tenggara. Next, please. So this is the Manggala Agni that we have now, the fire brigades. We have about 2,500 something, and we have 34 local fire stations across Indonesia, mainly in Sumatra and Kalimantan. And then each local fire station, they have the equipments, they have resources. At least we have like 60 people there, and we have the vehicles, the tools, equipments, a pump, and so on. So this is our main resources for fighting the forest fire in Indonesia. Next, please. This is, for example, in South Sumatra, we call it local fire station in Ogan Komering Hulu. It's about 1.5 to 2 hectares, and it's equipped with the office, and then we have the training class, we have the warehouse storage, a dormitory, and so on. So we have 34 local fire stations like this in Indonesia. Next, please. Next, please. This is the equipments that we have. Yes, we have like a 4-wheel vehicles. We have 2-wheel vehicles. We have the pump, the big pump, and also the mini striker, the light pumps, and we have the jet shooter. We have the we call it the Sambunesia. This is specially the pump for the pitland fire. And then, of course, we have also the protections for our firefighter. Next, please. Besides the Manggala Agni itself, we also have the Manggarai Special Force. We call it the Manggala Agni Tactical Response Brigades that we just established since 2006. And then now we have about 628 Special Force for the Manggala Agni. You can say this is like the Marine or the Special Force for the Army. So we also have the similars like what they have in Army or Police. We call it the Manggala Agni Tactical Response Brigades. Next, please. This is, for example, how our fire brigades, Manggala Agni fire brigades, are fighting the fire in Sumatra. This is at least for the last 3 months. For the last 3 months, because we just get the peak fire last July until October, I think, and this November it's become a decrease. Next, please. This is in Kalimantan, the same firefighter. I mean, we have about 13 local fire stations in Kalimantan where they have to check every day with the hotspot, the active fire, and if there's a fire occurs, they have to go to the field to do the ground check and early suppressions. Next, please. For forest and fire management program or policy, of course, we have three things, three pillars. The first one is prevention, where we have the regulation and in place, and we have the strengthening coordinations. We have the early warning and early detection. There's another pillar in the Fire Hub. We have the integrated fire prevention patrol, campaign and capacity building is a must, and then land preparation without burning practices, or we call it the PLTB. We have fire care community, more than 10,000 fire care community now, and then weather modification. This is aimed to pit rewetting, and of course capacity building. The second one is the suppression. We do the ground suppression, we do the joint suppression and air operation with water bombing and also surveillance. And the last one, we have the post-fire with the law enforcement, burn estimations, burn area estimation, burn area inventory, and so on. Next, please. So this is the Fire Hub pillars that already mentioned by Director. The first one is knowledge and data sharing, capacity building, fire resilient communities, fire risk reduction and early warning, and the last one is the IFM, integrated fire management policy development and support. So we'll talk about today only about the capacity building. Next, please. We have the ITTO project in 2021, 2022 with the title is the capacity building on forest and fire management in Indonesia. So the location is 3 provinces, South Sumatra, Central and South Kalimantan. And the result is we have about the thematic training where 1,300 people already involved in this thematic training. You can see the list of the training here. The training of zero burning practices, training of community economic empowerment, technical training for occupational health and safety, basic technical training on integrated fire management, burn area calculation, and so on. Next, please. Another project is the JICA project. That's, we will talk about this deeply by Pak Kubo later on. The title is Project for Community Movement Program on Forest and Land Fire Prevention, where the overall goal is new model district where hotspot and burn area are decreased, is established in the target and other provinces. So this location, 3 provinces. The first one is Riau, West Kalimantan, and Central Kalimantan. We already have a lot of training here. Yes. This is about 776 persons already involved. Next, please. And this is the KFS project with the Korea Forest Service. Now it's still going on, where we build the land and forest fire management center there. So there are a training center and then a command center also there. And then we hope this local fire station as the center of excellence for forest fire management. So this is in South Sumatra. Next, please. Another one is the GCF Green Climate Fund with RED and Indonesian Environment Fund. We also do a lot of training in this with this scheme. Almost all provinces with all varied thematic training. So at least 1,800 our Mangalakni and also local community, forestry divisions, and also conservation units also involved in this training. Next, please. The capacity building. So this is the resum of this project. The JICA about 776, the Korea 156, Green Climate Fund 446, and the ITTO project. This is the most one, 1,307. So that's our capacity building with all the projects that we have in Indonesia. Next, please. The competitive standard to enhance the capacity of our fire brigades. We also develop the competency standard on forest and land fire management with regulation by Ministry of Manpower. We have at least 46 competency units from fire prevention to post-fire activities. Next, please. With 46 competency units, so we have 7 levels. Level 1 is Fire Crew 1, Level 2 Fire Crew 2, Level 3 is Fire Crew 3 until the level 7. So this 46 competency unit, we divided into this 7 level. Next, please. And then, of course, we have the curriculum and syllabus on the training, where the curriculum and syllabus are designed so that learning materials are standardized and can achieve a learning objective. This curriculum and syllabus we also develop with cooperation with our Forestry Education and Training Center. Next, please. I think this is my last slide. So this is the way forward. The burn area 2016-2025 and our target from 26 to 30. We hope this provided capacity building to Mangalakni fire brigades along with early suppression will decrease not only the active fire, the fire occurrences, but also burn area and greenhouse gas emission from forest fire and support the volumetric target by 2030. So the next 5 years is our target. At least we can decrease our fire occurrences, the burn area at least 10%. So that's our target. I think that's my presentation, my sharing. Next, I think, yes, this is my last slide. Thank you for your attentions. I return back to the moderator. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Please give applause to Pak Dr. Israr. Thank you, Pak Israr. He mentioned about 2,585 Manggala Agni. Manggala Agni is our national fire brigade, ya, Pak. And the most important thing is how the capacity building is playing the significant role in the how to anticipate how they tackle the forest fire, ya, Pak. So we want to have the second speaker, Dr. Lara Steele. Are you still online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Thank
now
you.
your turn. It's about 10 to 12 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, and thank you for having me today. Good morning to everyone. So as it was already announced, my name is Lara Steile. I'm a fire management officer at FAO. And today I will provide a short overview of the Fire Hub and how our global and what we are doing with our global work on integrated fire management and how this work can support countries like Indonesia in strengthening institutions such as Manggala Agni with the goal of reducing wildfire impact and the greenhouse gas emissions. The next slide, please. So let's begin to talk about integrated fire management and governance. So in FAO and with our partners under the Fire Hub, we are promoting a paradigm shift in how fire management is approached. It's no longer just about fighting fires. It's about integrating fire culture, fire ecology, and governance to create resilient systems. And it's important to point out that a strong governance is essential to drive this paradigm shift from a suppression focus to more prevention focus, ensuring lasting impact. Next slide, please. So this approach that we call integrated fire management, it's a holistic approach considering physical, biological, ecological, social, and technical factors. The integrated fire management is built on 5 steps that we call the 5 R's that was already mentioned before. And they are review and analysis, so understanding what is going on about fire in the territory, risk reduction, so prevention, readiness, response, and recovery. As was also mentioned, wildfire is becoming more frequent and intense. So we need to scale up integrated fire management globally to achieve better results and decrease the damages caused by wildfires. And for that, next slide, please. FAO and UNEP launched in 2023 the Global Fire Management Hub. Nowadays, we have many different partners. And to implement the Fire Hub, And the Fire Hub operates through 5 key pillars that were already mentioned in this session today, but just to highlight and emphasize them again. They are knowledge and data sharing, fire risk reduction and early warning, policy development and implementation, capacity building, and supporting wildfire resilient communities. And the idea here is to bring together global, national, and local partners, and with that, help countries to put integrated fire management into practices. This means to have actions on the ground and making really a difference. And with that, we aim to reduce the negative impacts of wildfires on people, on the landscapes, and on climate. Next slide, please. In June of this year, we held the first Fire Hub plenary, gathering over 600 participants from 85 different countries and 250 organizations. And this plenary back in June covered working group topics, post-fire restoration, early warning systems, and policy development. 9 side events highlighted regional perspectives and other emerging issues on fire management. For details, if you are interested in knowing more about it, please visit the FAO website. You can see this website in the slide. And this slide is shared with the organization, so the participants can get the presentation from the organization of this session today. Next slide, please. So talking about the working groups that we launched during the plenary, we launched 3 initial working groups focused on fire data, interoperability, and community-based fire management. These groups are inclusive and welcoming organizations from around the world. The idea is that countries and organizations can join the Fire Hub through the working groups, and the working groups will address specific technical aspects. We are starting with these 3 working groups, but the idea is to have more working groups addressing other aspects of integrated fire management. The idea is to ensure that everyone has a voice in shaping fire management solutions at the global level. And the idea is to have local solutions for global results. Next slide, please. Also, during the Fire Hub plenary, the first Fire Hub plenary in June, we launched the FAO Integrated Fire Management mascot. Her name is Pira. This name was elected by the participants of the plenary, and Pira is engaged in promoting integrated fire management and also gender representation. Pira is a female tiger, and she symbolizes strength and courage and the protection of wildlife under threat by wildfires. She also highlights the importance of women's roles in integrated fire management. And again, you can learn more about her accessing the website that is available in this slide. Next, please. As you said before, one of the pillars of the Fire Hub is related to communities, and also one of the key elements of integrated fire management is also communities. So we recognize that communities and indigenous peoples' leadership is vital in integrated fire management. And because of that, we are working on international indigenous-led fire adaptation network. And we had a co-creation dialogue And this co-creation dialogue was led by indigenous people and not by FAO. And in this co-creation dialogue that happened in Panama 2 weeks ago, we discussed this proposal of the International Indigenous-Led Fire Adaptation Network. This initial gathering brought together over 20 indigenous organizations from the 7 United Nations regions. And during this meeting, an interim working group was appointed to define the network's missions and the network's governance. And with representatives from the network joining the Fire Hub steering group. And ongoing dialogues will further shape this important initiative. So here we are recognizing, is a way to recognize the importance of communities, the importance of indigenous peoples in helping establish best strategies on integrated fire management. The next slide, please. Other global activities that we are conducting under the Fire Hub, one of them is related to an integrated fire management assessment tool to help countries to evaluate how they are dealing with integrated fire management, with fires. The first module of this assessment tool is related to governance, and we expect to have it ready by the end of this year, only this module. Also, we have launched and we will launch new knowledge products and also offer capacity building opportunities. And these initiatives include the FAO voluntary guidelines on integrated fire management that was launched last year during COFO. For this year, we expect to have a community-based fire management publication and also global fire data assessment. FAO's e-learning academy is also will also provide training on topics like fire danger rating system and early warning system, helping countries to build expertise to implement integrated fire management. The next slide, please. Another important point, we have many partners, as I mentioned, and we have an initiative together with the WMO, and this is a task team on fire early warning services. And in this task team, we are working to strengthen fire weather services, supporting national meteorological agencies and to enhance global resilience. We are also working on raising the profile of integrated fire management in international policy spaces, and this is a priority. And the recent milestones related to this raising the profile of fire is included the United Nations General Assembly resolution on disaster risk reduction, recognizing that fire is something to be addressed by governments, and also recognizing the Fire Hub as a way to implement that. We had this year the Kananaskis Wildfire Charter in the same way, and you probably know during COP30 in Belém, Brazil launched this call to action on integrated fire management and wildfire resilience. So these are important milestones. I have been working with fire for 20 years, and this is the first time I'm seeing fire being discussed in so high level environments, and this is very good. Next slide, please. So you can see this map, because FAO is also implementing actions on the ground. So in the map, you can see the countries where we are working at this moment, and we are supporting integrated fire management projects at the regional and national scales. And these initiatives span diverse landscapes and communities. demonstrating the global reach and adaptability of integrated fire management. And by sharing best, okay, this is almost my final slide. Thank you. By sharing these best practices and lessons learned, we are helping countries to tailor solutions to wildfire challenges. Next slide, please. And so our work is made possible by because we have a wide network of partners that you can see in this slide, and we acknowledge their importance to the work of the Fire Hub. I will not mention all of them there because we have many regional networks and national agencies also connected with the Fire Hub, as my colleague Israr said before. Next slide, please. So thank you for your attention, and if you want to learn more or get involved, please visit the Fire Hub website, and this is the QR code that you can scan and access the website. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lara Aster. Please give applause to her. Thank you very much. So we learned from Dr. Lara about the program of the capacity building from the forest fire management, and there is what they call it Global Fire Management Hub, and there are 5 R's: review and analysis, risk reduction, readiness, response, and recovery. And the most important thing is there are what we call it the mascot for FAO, that what we call it PIRA. I think the same with the batik for Pak Director Thomas. That's for PIRA and the tiger, that the Fire Hub global activities. Right, thank you, Dr. Lara Steele. And now move to Ms. Song Min Kyung, the research official. She wants to present the KFS cooperation project in forest and land fire management to contribute climate change mitigation and potential future cooperation. Time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing me. Hi, good morning. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Song Min-kyung. I'm working as a research official at the Forest Carbon Research Center of the National Institute of Forest Science. Today I'm giving this presentation on development of forest and land fire management system in South Sumatra, Indonesia. In fact, I'm not an expert on forest fires, but as the only official of the Forest Forest Service here in Belém, so I'm giving this presentation today. I will do my best to convey the efforts of my colleagues with Indonesia as well as possible. Then I will start now. Next slide, please. I'd like to briefly introduce the Korea-Indonesia cooperation and share the progress we have made through this cooperation. This collaboration reflects our shared commitment to climate resilience, forest protection, and meaningful knowledge exchange. As we all know, Indonesia has experienced severe forest and land fires, particularly in 2015 and 2019. Which caused significant impacts on communities, ecosystems, and the national economy in Indonesia. Sumatra and Kalimantan remain the most vulnerable areas, and South Sumatra has been identified as a priority for intervention. In response, the Korea Forest Service and the Ministry of Forestry launched the Korea-Indonesia joint project on the development of a forest and land fire management system in South Sumatra in 2023. The aim is to prevent the recurrence of large-scale fires through institutional strengthening, training, technology, and improved field operations. Next, please. This cooperation has evolved through structured planning and close coordination. From early discussions and feasibility studies to the signing of the letter of agreement and national approval procedures, the project has advanced step by step through strong dialogue and trust building between both countries. Next, please. Let me now introduce where the project is being implemented. The project is located in Ogan Kamarin Lee Regency in South Sumatra. The objective of this project is developing a model for forest and land fire management system in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Next, let me present the main components of our cooperation project. These components work together as an integrated system, strengthening both ground-level response capabilities and overall operational efficiency. Next, please. Project Activity 1 is about construction of the new forest and land fire management center. It is underway and it is expected to be completed in this month. Covering 756 square meters, the facility will include a 100-person training classroom, a command center, and an exhibition room. Next, please. This center will serve as a hub for training, coordination, information sharing, and public outreach, becoming a model and center of excellence for Mangala Agni in Sumatra and beyond. Next, please. A significant milestone was the groundbreaking ceremony in last year, which symbolized the strong joint commitment of both governments and brought together key stakeholders from national and local institutions. Next, please. This is project activity 2, development of application and ICT systems. The second major activity focuses on digital transformation. We are preparing to enhance Indonesia's forest fire ICT system, either by upgrading the existing system or developing a new integrated platform. The intensive development phase will begin in 2026. Next, please. We also support the development of a firefighting module within the SIPP Karhutla Patrol Information System in collaboration with Professor Imas Skasi Sitanggang and her team. This model enables real-time documentation of firefighting operations and improves reporting accuracy. In addition, the patrol reporting system has been upgraded to ensure faster, more efficient, and paperless prevention work. Next, please. We are also establishing a command center that integrates data, communication, and field operations, enabling real-time coordination and faster decision-making. This center is designed to serve as a model for potential national replication. Next, please. This is Project Activity 3, capacity building and training strengthening. Human capacity is another core pillar of the project. The Training of Trainers program equips Mangala Agni personnel, especially from Taupus Oki, to train colleagues and local communities in their regions. This approach ensures continuous knowledge transfer and strengthens prevention capacity at the grassroots level. Next, please. Since 2023, 10 training and certification programs have been conducted, involving more than 150 personnel from 10 operational areas, as well as participants from Jambi and Riau. Technical exchange visit to Korea in 2024 further enhanced institutional understanding and provide opportunities to explore advanced fire management practices. Next, please. Finally, the Project Activity 4, development of forest fire equipment to strengthen field readiness. The project also supports the annual procurement of fire suppression equipment aligned with Indonesian standards. Next, please. So far, more than 970 units of equipment have been delivered to the Ministry of Forestry in Indonesia, including goggles, fire suits, something like that. These equipments directly enhanced mobility, response speed, and frontline safety. Next, please. Next slide, please. So beyond technical work, we have placed a strong emphasis on promoting awareness and sharing progress with the public. The project has gained visibility through participation in the 8th International Wildland Fire Conference, 3 annual forest fire photo contests, and coverage by 6 media outlets with more than 10 articles. A documentary video has also been produced to highlight project achievement and community involvement. These efforts demonstrate transparency, public engagement, and the collaborative spirit of this partnership. Next, please. So our cooperation emphasizes knowledge exchange, technology transfer, and joint capacity building to support Indonesia's efforts in preventing and responding to forest and land fires. Looking ahead, we remain committed to expanding cooperation, sharing best practices, and building sustainable systems that safeguard our forests for the future. Yeah, that's all my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Song Min Kyung, for your presentation. She mentioned about 4 project activities, and most of them in the South Sumatra. And that's very nice project for the capacity building in the to tackling the forest fire. Next, we will have Dr. Hideyuki Kubo. He is a Chief Advisor for Community Movement Program on Forest Prevention in Indonesia, JICA. And his title of presentation will be JICA's program for supporting forest fires management in Indonesia and potential future cooperation. Dr. Hideyuki, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Chris, for your introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's really amazing, full of people from the early morning, isn't it, Pak Israel? Let me introduce myself. I'm Kubo, a JICA expert. I've been working with Mangalaguni very closely in the past 2 years and will continue to do so over the next, let's say, 2 years. So today, I'm going to share with you what we are doing with Mangalaguni. Next, please. Actually, JICA has a long history of collaboration on forest fire management with Ministry of Forestry. We started '96 initially, and at the moment, the 5th project. Next, please. So here is the outline of the current project. Simply saying, what we are trying to achieve is hotspot and burnt area will be decreased in the target areas through community facilitation by Mangalaguni. That's what we are trying to achieve. Next, please. And we are trying to operationalize this idea in 3 provinces, Riau, West Kalimantan, and Central Kalimantan. In one province, as Pak Israel said, there are 4 local fire stations. And each local fire station, there are around 60 Mangalagni. We are targeting all of them to build their capacity to take a community approach of the fire prevention. Next, please. Now, let me share with you about the local station, our local situation. We conducted the baseline survey at 21 villages around peatland in 3 provinces. Altogether, the interviewees were more than 1,500. The first question we asked, to what extent local people use fire for land preparation? And then the blue bar indicates that their perception before 2015 means before the big fire took place. The red bar indicates after 2016, means after new regulation was introduced. And then green color means the local people who are using the fire for land preparation at the moment. So this figure clearly indicates that the use of fire by local people for land preparation has dramatically decreased over the past 10 years. Next, please. Okay, the next question is, we understand many of the local people already stopped using fire for land preparation. So how do they prepare land for farming at the moment? So that's the question. And here is the answer. So many, the most, use manual, means hand tools for land preparation. But not small people using machines, excavator, particularly for oil palm plantations, and also herbicide. So this indicates an alternative to fire use for land preparation includes not only hand tools, but also machines and herbicide. Next, please. I'm talking about fire use by local people. But if we look at causes of wildfire, it's more serious, triggered by outsiders. Outsiders come to the village and use fire, and that becomes the wildfire. Next, please. So here is the very typical case. You see the left picture, it's a very typical degraded peatlands, and then wildfire often originate here. And one of the critical issues is the land is often owned by people living in a city, not local villagers. And these people living in the city interested in oil palm investment for the business. And then when they decide to start oil palm plantation, they dispatch workers to here to clean the land by using fire. And this fire often becomes the wildfire. And the other causes is triggered by fishermen and hunters coming from outside to this area. You see the photo. He is now heading for the degraded peatland. And then they come here for fishing or hunting birds or animals, and then they throw cigarette. And then also they use fire for barbecue, eating fish or eating bats. And this fire, particularly during season, becomes the wildfire. So we need to address really these people coming from outside. And the one advantage in Indonesia is, in the picture, we don't see any house, but actually there are settlements and communities around these degraded peatlands. So it's possible for the communities to detect these risky people if they are coming to the degraded land. So the challenge is how to institutionalize that monitoring system. Next, please. So here, now I would just want to share our project strategy. One, we support community-based fire management approach of the Ministry of Forestry. We call it in Bahasa MAPD approach. Number two, we apply training of trainer approach. Next, please. The idea of TOT is like this. In each local fire station, there are 60 Mangalagni, and then in 3 provinces, or to the 12 local fire stations, we already selected candidates of facilitation instructors. It's about 10 to 20 for each station. And then we are providing intensive training for them. And then after 6 months, we are expecting the instructors will be identified, expecting about 5 to 10 for each station. And then we continue to provide intensive training for them. And then the idea is these facilitation instructors will continue to provide coaching support to all Mangalagni staff to build their facilitation capacities so that they can do the community approach of the fire prevention in the villages. So that's the picture of the project. Next, please. Okay, third strategy, we apply running cycle. In the training, Mangalagni staff, they go to the field, facilitate the communities, and then after several days of work, we organize the reflection workshop. So this running cycle is one of the main characteristics of the project activities. And the number 4, use of multiple hut concept. It's very particular for Mangalagni. As per Israel mentioned, the suppression of fire is the main work of the Mangalagni. And this is very much command type of the work. We need to be disciplined in the field because it's very dangerous work. But on the other hand, the facilitation, community facilitation is a bottom-up. So the modality work is different between command and facilitation. So sometimes Mangalagni people are confused. And then we applied multiple hats concept. So when they do suppression of fire, they wear command hat. And when they do the community work, they wear facilitation hat. So different hats means different professional skills. And then it seems it's working. Next, please. So this is the photo. Mangalagni staff is doing a facilitation work in the community. Maybe you don't understand who is the Mangalagni. It's really part of the community already. So when they do the suppression work or patrolling work, they wear formal uniform. But when they do the community work, they just wear ordinary uniform. So it's just part of the community landscape. And then villagers also become more open to communication with Mangalagni. Next, please. So it's discussion with women's group, talking about village history from their perspectives, and also talking about risky areas of the peatland in the village. Next, please. Men are often busy in the farmland during the daytime, so our meeting is organized in the night after taking bath. Next, please. So here, I just want to share emerging impacts brought about by Mangalagni's facilitation work. I talk about the two cases, both are the initiative of the local villagers facilitated by the Mangalagni. So this first case is one village from Riau. In this village, there are 17 hamlets, and the leaders of these 17 hamlets agreed to form associations because they thought it's better to negotiate with the landowner of degraded peatlands and allow the villagers to use the land for pineapple cultivation, so that the risk of fire will be reduced. The villages can monitor the land. Next, please. So this is another example from the village Central Kalimantan. So head of village council, she took initiative to establish a new village regulations to enable fund available for local fire group, voluntary group of the villages to enable them take actions for fire prevention. So these are just two examples, but what we are expecting is with the Mangalagni's facilitation work in the community, this kind of spontaneous initiative from the villagers are emerged. So that's we are assuming and designing and providing training for Mangalagni in order to make this happen. Next, please. So potential for the future growth. So at the moment, we are working in 3 provinces to scaling up CBFMM, community-based fire management approach by Mangalagni. And then one point is, because there are other fire management organizations at the provincial level, like disaster management agency or forest management unit, so Mangalagni may share and extend their expertise of community facilitation work with them. And of course, scaling up the community-based fire prevention approach with Mangalagni in other provinces. In terms of the substance, community-level digitization would be an option. Actually, Mangalagni has a digital tool called Sipongi. That's actually two-way communications. So villagers, Mangalagni get hotspot data immediately from the system, and then Mangalagni villagers also can provide data to the system. So if this system can be really disseminated widely in the village, so more effective, efficient monitoring would be operationalized. Lastly, promoting company-community collaboration. I didn't mention so far, but we conducted survey on company community collaboration, and we found it's very effective because the company has more stable fund to support community-based prevention work. But the number of those companies are very, very limited. So we can see the potential to scaling up this company community collaboration. Okay, next please. So this is the photo. Mangalanguni wearing the fire suppression hat. Next. So this is the Mangalanguni wearing the facilitation hat. So these are same people and having multiple professional skills being demonstrated in the field. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please give applause to him. Thank you, Dr. Hideyuki Kubo. He mentioned about the JICA project starting from June 2003 and also 2027, and in 3 provinces, yeah, in Riau, West Kalimantan, and Central Kalimantan. So it gives us an idea about how the capacity building is not only from the Manggala Agni, but also from the villagers only. So they will support how to tackle the forest fire. We still have about 6 minutes. Is there any question from the floor, please? The ladies over there.
Hello. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
And my name is Dolapo John Akiwe from Nigeria. I work with the Ministry of Environment. And in Nigeria, we have the Forestry Department under the Ministry of Environment. And I was so impressed listening to all presentation, including the virtual presentation also. And I was just discussing with my colleague here that do we have a forest fire department or unit within the ministry? And of course, this is a kind of avenue for us to explore this, because looking back to Nigeria, we have prevalence of forest fire, in Nigeria, but we've not really been proactive to this. And I was just telling my colleague that it's time for us to explore how we can set up one in Nigeria. And thank God we have JICA here, we have Korea that can support us, and also the Indonesia in terms of knowledge sharing and peer learning for us to be able to set up this. Because I know within Nigeria, from the Global Forest Watch, we have in 2024, we lost our 253 kilo hectares of land to wildfire. And these are the things, once we are able to share knowledge with Indonesia and with partners like JICA to support the process, then we will be proactive and probably reduce the loss of forest cover within the country. So I'm just trying to do a plea on behalf of my country and on behalf of the Ministry of Environment Nigeria to see how we can partner and see how we can establish this great initiative you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second question, you can. Yes, microphone, please. We only have chance for 2 questions.
Thank you very much. Our forester, I'm pleased that you have a Ministry of Forest, but we have cooperation in Sudan. I'm Hanadi from Sudan, I'm a forester. So concerning that issue, I need to ask about, do you have any software for assessing or early warning system about how you indicated what is the area of the forest? This is my first question. And for community training and TOT, is it become a volunteers, or after you trained, or become as staff for that? And is the community have also some indicators how fires will be started and where? This is my question. For JICA, we have many work with you, and do you provide that station to the country fire station if we ask for that, or a project to be implemented in specific areas that have a large fires. So do you provide this station, and is it a very advanced station for come up with the forest? These two questions for you, Saya, and for FAO, the lady on the internet, she speak about the stoves. We have of cooking stove. We have some experience very good for high efficiency stove reduction, the amount of fuel, and to save brings that fire. Thank you, Indonesia. I all time come for these valuable presentations and knowledge shared beside your gift and hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lady for Sudan. And the last one, the gentleman over there, and that will be closing the discussion. And then after that, I want to have the comment from the panelists. Last question, Pak.
Thank you. The good presentation. So I understand the program of the fire distinguish or protection. But for the fires, maybe the 3 point, the after fires, you know, the burning and come to the land, the dark, and so sunlight to directly heat up, then come to the dry. So this area, the frequently the fires again. So rehabilitation of this after fires, most important for future. Then so another point is what to say, before the fires. So this is the cause of the climate effect. So we understanding that is caused by the IOD, Indian Ocean dipoles. The sea areas that come to the cold, not global warming, come to the cold. Then evapotranspiration is reducing, and so humidity is decreasing. Then come to the fire. So prediction is most important of this IOD. Maybe now, so intensively we are monitoring maybe half years. Now success to the what is the initiative of. So the total system is very important. The protect of the fire. So what do you think of this kind of?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. And to answer the question from lady from Nigeria about the forest, there's the explore the possibility of the cooperation. Pak Israr?
Thank you, Pak Chris, and also for the questions. We are very pleased, we are very welcome if we have like cooperations. Is there any country who would like also to have our experience? We are very welcome for them, because we also would like to have like leading by the examples, and we can share our experience because we already have like, let's say 25 years experience in this fire. And I think we can talk later on. And the second one is about the, from Sudan. Thank you also for the questions about the early warning systems. We developed this early warning system since 26 years ago. So it's based on the satellite that we have at the time. So we have like NOAA. At the time still have, we still have like NOAA 11, NOAA 12. Now we have NOAA 20. So it's like evolutions that we develop our early warning system. Now we can check in Google, you can Googling like Sipongi, so you can have our early warning system. And then the last one for the rehabilitation after fire, I think this is very important. We have one example in Jambi, we call it a Londrang project with the Korea Forest Service, where we can rehabilitate the land about 200 hectares with vegetations. Now the success ratio is about 93%. So I think we will develop this rehabilitation method for the next couple of years in another location. Thank you, Pak Chris.
All right, to answer the third question regarding to the after fire, Pak Kubo, or Is there any attention? Yeah, I think that's covered with all of the program in JICA. There's 3 parts, and that's also include the after fire program.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Actually, in terms of the ecosystem regenerations, so we are not working on that aspect, but actually the perspective is different in the sense that the unprotected land is always prone to the fire. So that the challenge is to convert unproductive land or open vacant land to productive land. So after fire took place, how to recover the degraded land into the productive land. That's the challenge. And one issue is, as I told before, the ownership of the land issue. So we need to address that. And once that is solved, and then the various productions can be introduced. And then if we're talking about the peatland, the products can be introduced. It's limited, like pineapple or nanka. What's nanka? Dragon fruits. But they are actually a good benefit for local people. So once having that plants, and then if we incorporate the ecological recovery perspective in that, I think we can support more comprehensive ecosystem regeneration, including economic production on the degraded land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for about the timing constraint. So I just want to conclude that this commitment for Manggala Agni, the forest fire ranger, is supported by partners across the world, demonstrates that capacity building is not only a national priority, but a global responsibility. The insights shared today strengthen our networks, reinforce cooperation, and open new pathways for joint action to reduce forest fire risk and greenhouse gas emission. Indonesia remains ready to lead, to learn, and to work hand in hand with all partners toward a more resilient future. Thank you very much for coming, and give applause to us all, and back to you.
Thank you, Pak Kris. Hopefully this discussion have sparked fire, only allowed in this room, not in our forest, and connect all the parties to keep on strengthening the capacity building of Indonesia Manggala Agni as the frontliner in managing wildfire and protecting our forests. Once again, please send a huge round of applause for the moderator and speakers. Please rise, and I would kindly invite Pak Thomas to please hand over a token of appreciation to to Pak Kris and Kubo-san as Song Min Kyung. And for Lara, because we want to reduce carbon emissions, so we won't be able to ship this gift to you, but we will make sure we will hand it over to you when we see you next. Thank you, but we really appreciate your effort this morning joining our session. Okay, last, we need to take a group picture. Please make a few steps forward, Bapak-bapak.
Ini laptop lagi error ya, Pak?
Gimana, Pak? Maaf.
Good morning. How are we today? Great. Awesome. Today we have several projects lined up for you, mainly coming from waste and FOLU sector. However, the format today will be slightly different from the previous times. After the first speaker speaks or delivers her pitch, we're going to have a short, quick 15 minutes break, and we will reinstate the program at about 11:50, okay? So the first project we want to introduce to you today is from the waste sector, utilization of oil palm emission fruit bunch, EFB. So EFB releases GHG, even produce methane when improperly disposed of. But if it's processed or composted sustainably, it could even be used to reduce emissions. So to get a better understanding in relation to these mitigation actions, allow me to welcome the CEO of Feratmos, Natalia Rialuki.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you for the Ministry of Environment for having me here to share a little bit about our project. My name is Ria, I'm the CEO for Atmos, and we help companies who wants to reuse also their nature waste into to process it more sustainably. Now, maybe to start off the presentation, we have a quick video, and it would be great to have the video played.
In Central Kalimantan, PT Gawi Bahandep Sawit Mekar transforms palm oil waste into a valuable renewable resource that benefits both nature and people. Using a controlled composting process, waste that emits methane is converted into rich organic fertilizer. This replaces chemical alternative, restores soil health, and reduces thousands of tons of emission each year. The initiative empowers local communities, promotes gender equality, and sets a new standard for sustainable palm oil operations. With expert support for certification and project integrity, the positive impact extends far beyond the plantation, from responsible action to global recognition. This is how sustainability thrives.
Thank you very much. If we could go to the next slide. Indonesia is one of the largest producers of palm oil, which is producing more than 50% of the global supply. And with these numbers, on annual basis, the country also produced more than 50 million tons of empty fruit bunch, which is the waste of from the palm oil, as well as more than 200 million tons of POM. And POM is the liquid that is the waste that is, we call palm oil mill effluent. And it releases, when it's not being processed right, it releases methane that is more potent than the carbon dioxide. So if you can see the picture at the back, typically a normal plantation would just leave the waste untreated on the land, and that without any oxygen that goes into the empty fruit bunch, it releases the methane. If we go to the next slide, through the innovative composting facility, we're supporting a company that helps to manage the waste properly and reduces the number of methane that is released. So how do we do this? From the palm oil mills, there are two types of waste. If you see on the top is from the empty fruit bunch. So instead of like leaving it laying and producing methane, we make heaps, rows of heaps and stacks of these empty fruit bunch, and we have to run the windrow turner in order to provide oxygen to go inside the waste, so then the methane is not being produced. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the second waste, if you go down to the arrow to the bottom, the POM waste is being processed in the cooling ponds, but also being used to spray the EFB or the empty fruit bunch to again to avoid the methane production. And all of the, after 45 days, all of the waste from the empty fruit bunch can be used as a compost back to the plantation. So we are actually providing a circular loop composting project. And to this date, the waste has been diverted for over 38,000 tons of EFB and 180,000 metric cubic of the POM. Now, This is a very unique project because we are using Indonesia's SRN or System Registry Nasional certification that is called the MSLI 009 version 2, which is an updated version of the CDM methodology that is actually managing or acknowledging the methane reduction on POM and EFB waste reduction. And the next steps is we're expecting to do a verification by our first quarter next year, in order to get the credits up and running. If we go to the next slide, using the windrow turner and controlled aeration, we are able to compose more than 30,000 tons and reduce more than 3,000 tons of carbons every year, as well as replacing the 500 tons of fertilizer. And of course, it would overall would reduce 24,000 tons of CO2. Now, there is also a story behind these numbers. If we can go to the next slide, we don't only generate or reduce the climate impact, but we are actually reducing the entire value chain, the entire hard chemicals throughout the value chains as well. And since this operations is way in Kalimantan where the palm oil sites are, we're also providing trainings and recruitments for the local communities around. If we can go to the next slide, one particular story is that apparently the person who runs the windrow is actually a woman, because she is the one who has been undergoing all the trainings in order to know how to run the machineries well and able to help the process very well as well. Can we go to the next slide? The way we try to make sure that this project is delivering the impact is by first applying sensors or digital monitoring first. So number one, we apply sensors to really manage the POM quality, so then it doesn't overflow and we can do immediate actions to manage the waste treatment as well. But we also have a full traceability system. So every steps of the process, we do have data champions who's responsible to, or a data custody who's responsible to ensure the accuracy and credibility of the performance that we record. And all of the teams and the data integrity is always being checked, not only with the softwares and sensors, but also on the ground. If we can go to the next slide. We hope that this could be an inspiration because, as I mentioned before, Indonesia do have a large production of palm oil, and if we can make the production of palm oil much more sustainable by reducing the methane release as a part of the process, would be something that is really great. We invite everyone who's keen to talk about the project, as well as keen to support more sustainable approaches into palm oil plantation, to chat, and we can also share more about our progress if you check out our website. I think that's all from me. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Short, precise, yet comprehensive. So if you need to ask any more questions about this specific projects or other projects by Feratmos, you can approach her directly. She's just here. Or at the end of the program, we have a QR code. We have a range of projects that you can select on. Probably we can start from then, and we'll see you in the next 15 minutes. We'll have a quick short break, and we will reinstate our program at about 11:50, okay? See you then. Thank you. By the way, hold your thoughts before you leave. Actually, we want to present another project for you, and this is still coming from waste sector. It's a biogas hamparan project. It's from Green Energy. So the CEO, Nicholas Thierer, would have the presentation for you online.
Hi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. My name is Wisnu Chandra. I'm the CEO of Tirta Carbon Indonesia, a project proponent of the Belayan Peatland project. We would like to express our gratitude to the Ministry of Environment for giving us the opportunity to present our project here, the COP30. The Belayan project is an initiative that brings together community participation, government leadership, ecosystem protection, and bold climate action, all in the heart of East Kalimantan of Indonesia. This project is collaboration between Tirta Carbon Indonesia as a project proponent and the government of Kutai Kartanegara Regency of East Kalimantan Province. It is supported by an experienced development partner and a leading funding partner. Both are from Singapore. Next, allow us to introduce the Belayan Peatland project.
Distinguished participants, the Belayan Peatland project is located in the northern part of the Mahakam Lakes region. Within Kutai Kartanegara Regency, it lies in the Belayan Kalinjau Peat Hydrological Unit, a vital and largely intact peat dome spanning around 112,000 hectares. Peat dome area store massive of carbon stocks. The project area itself currently consists of 55,306 hectares, of which 90% is peatland. The project area has potential to be expanded to 96,000 hectares through various partnerships and alliances with nearby oil palm concession holders. Also with 6 neighboring villages, forest encompassing more than 25,000 hectares. These collaborations will form a landscape-scale Belayan Peatland Restoration Alliance, creating one of Indonesia's most comprehensive models of peat ecosystem restoration, combining carbon, biodiversity, and community benefits under a unified regional platform. We are aiming to turning Indonesia's peatlands into global climate assets. This is a living landscape, a vast network of rivers, forests, peat and wetlands that sustain both people and biodiversity. But beyond its beauty lies hidden and yet transparent urgency. The Belayan Peatland project is not merely another carbon project. It is a defensive front protecting one of Indonesia's most placeable carbon sinks from irreversible degradation. The threats are real, bold, and imminent. As we can see, the project area encircled by expanding palm oil plantations and mining concessions. This region faces the risk of being drained, burned, and converted, a fate suffered by many peatlands before. The Belayan project is our decisive response, a comprehensive intervention that will generate verifiable climate impact through measurable peatland restoration, protection, and sustainable management. It will demonstrate measurable climate impact beyond the baseline, achieved through real, verifiable, and transformative peatland restoration action. The Belayan project's approach builds upon the VM7 Vera methodology, soon transitioning to VM48, ensuring the highest integrity and transparency. The project is anchored on 5 science-based interventions: avoiding planned deforestation, preventing planned wetland degradation, drain peatlands through engineered canal blocking systems, restoring ecosystem function across degraded and burned strata, and reforesting with native species through advanced nurseries for long-term ecological recovery. These interventions are aiming to generate 2.5 to 4.6 million tons of credits annually, generating high-integrity carbon credits from end of 2027 onward. As Indonesia's first large-scale peatland initiative on non-forest other land use areas, Belayan sets a new benchmark for integrity-driven, landscape-scale mitigation. The true power of Belayan lies in its triple impact for climate, community, and biodiversity, which will fully aligned with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and Indonesia's FOLU Net Sink 2030 vision. The community inside the project area are diverse ethnological backgrounds of Inas, Kutai people, Dayak and Banjar, river-based communities alongside project area. This project would deliver a broad spectrum of social and rural development benefits through a self-governed benefit sharing mechanism targeting key community development index factors determined by the community themselves. Project area includes several IUCN critical endangered and endangered species, such as proboscis monkeys, hornbills, and likely the Borneo orangutan. Project area neighbors, which is the Muara Cayman Forest Reserve, would be supported by the project or be part of project's collaboration. At the heart of Balayan, there are over 20,000 residents living in 10 villages across 4 sub-districts, including Kutai, Dayak, and Banjar communities. Most of them are farmers, fishermen, and some of them working in palm oil plantations, CPO mills, and major coal mining concessions. The project will increase the well-being of people in 10 villages. Our goal is extending far beyond carbon. It's about enhancing livelihoods by improving well-being. The project creates new employment in restoration and monitoring, diversifies income through sustainable fishing, eco-farming, and ecotourism, and supports local welfare through clean water systems, waste management, health facilities. Even would provide floating clinics for remote villages. We also champion gender equality, ensuring that women are leaders and beneficiaries in every layer of the project. The Balayan project will also improve village infrastructures according to the conditions in every single village. All programs will be aligned with Regency's development plan to ensure the effectiveness and avoid duplications. Full funds transparency will also be applied by each village in implementing the agreed programs. Nature is at the core of our mission. The Balayan peatland supports habitats of IUCN-listed species, including the critically endangered Bornean orangutan, proboscis monkeys, hornbills, and diverse peat swamp flora. Adjacent to the Muara Cayman Forest Reserve, our restoration reconnects fragmented habitats, strengthening biodiversity corridors and ecological resilience across the Mahakam watershed. The vulnerable Mahakam River dolphin is also one of the most endangered animals under the IUCN list, which is only present in Mahakam River. The current population of the Mahakam River dolphin is estimated to be no more than 70 dolphins. There are more areas like Saran Lake located within project area that store a lot of biodiversity. Scientifically, the 112,000 hectares Balayan Dome represents a hydrologically intact peat complex, a rarity in Southeast Asia. The project will root the peatland. One of another is by building canal blocking. Our restoration prevents oxidation, subsidence, and fires, securing millions of tons of stored carbon while stabilizing the regional climate system and improving air quality for thousands of people. This is climate action with tangible results, not theoretical offsets, but enduring transformation on the ground. Every element of Balayan is grounded in ESG excellence, environmental, social, and governance principles. From the environmental standpoint, the project will preserve and restore the Balayan peat ecosystems through rewetting the peatland by build canal blockings for the peat dome to be able to store much more carbons. Do reforestation. Efforts will include the establishment of nurseries to ensure the long-term sustainability and success of restoration activities. It is also adjacent to a recognized key biodiversity area, further enhancing its conservation value and the potential ecological impact of the project. For the social standpoint, the project will empower thousands of local communities through inclusive participation, training, and welfare programs. For the governance standpoint, the project upholds transparency, equity, and accountability in all operations, aligned with Indonesia's Sustainable Development Agenda. To resume, Balayan Peatland project will demonstrate a clear and bold additionality, measurable long-term impacts for people, biodiversity, and the entire peatland area. What distinguishes Balayan is Indonesia's first dual-fund benefit-sharing mechanism, a model of fairness and transparency. It features two benefit-sharing funds. One is a fixed BSM fund, distributed equally among all villages once free, prior, and informed consent is fully secured. This ensures immediate and predictable community benefits. And the second is floating BSM fund, which tied to net carbon revenues, rewarding sustained performance and shared success. These funds will finance local priorities, from health and education to clean water, waste management, and economic empowerment, all directly linked to the SDGs. Communities will decide together, transparently, on how resources are used, ensuring that sharing benefits translates into dignity, not dependency.
Okay, so that I have to
The
revise.
project stands on a foundation of strong public-private collaboration, supported by the Kutai Kartanegara Regency government. The project is anchored in a 30-year cooperation agreement, extendable, which signed on May 6, 2025, and witnessed by all 10 village leaders, providing legal, institutional stability, and cooperations amongst stakeholders. This cooperation agreement shows the strong commitment of local government to protect the peatland. The initiative will fully align with the Indonesia-Vera Mutual Recognition Agreement, positioning Balayan as a model for high-integrity carbon initiative beyond state forest boundaries. Behind this effort is an experienced and dedicated management team who have more than decades combined experiences, especially in the well-known Marimba Raya Biodiversity Reserve project in Indonesia. Tirta Carbon Indonesia also collaborates with an international developer partner and a leading funding institution. The Balayan Peatland project transcends the concept of carbon trading. It is a pathway to fairness, resilience, and regenerative development where people thrive, ecosystems recover, and carbon becomes a catalyst for justice. We are looking forward to your collaborations to protect this vital landscape, uplift communities, and preserve biodiversity for future generations. Together, we will not merely offset emissions, we will restore balance, renew livelihoods, and redefine what climate leadership looks like. Let us make Balayan a benchmark of integrity and impact within the Vera Registry and Indonesian SRN, showcasing Indonesia's leadership in nature-based solutions. We thank you and appreciate your time.
Okay, so that is the Balayan Peatland project developed by PT Tirta Carbon Indonesia. That's the second out of 5 projects we have for you. Unfortunately, we have to put this on hold for a moment and we will resume in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business as usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers, in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia. And as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions, PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huaye, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new Forest Positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
our homeland, a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, we are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter, anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity. We stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk. With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. In the oil and gas business, we are a cost leader, operating fields producing over 300 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, of which 70% is gas production. In the power business, we generate more than 4,000 gigawatt hour per year. Cleaner energy is our way to move forward, and with our power business, we aim to support the transition towards low carbon energy, championing geothermal resources and the power of the sun. Through the copper and gold mining business, we contribute to the energy electrification, supporting the climate change agenda. Medco Energy remains committed to sustainable growth and the well-being of future generations for many years to come.
As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation, exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity.
Did you know that blue carbon ecosystems like seagrasses absorb carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than trees? The ocean is in crisis, but with action, it can become a sustainable driver of economic growth. GGI works across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean to restore ecosystems, empower communities, and build a resilient blue economy. GGI's work is guided by 3 pillars that shape our global approach. Pillar 1 is resilient blue bioeconomy. Pillar 2 is marine industries and low carbon transport. Pillar 3 is blue carbon and sustainable finance, which we unlock climate finance through blue carbon markets, blue bonds, and that for nature swaps to support long-term coastal resilience.
GCGI will be with you on the journey to turn our oceans from a sea of crisis to a sea of hope.
Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic nation, our ocean holds our planet's future. But today, it is under threat due to the impact of climate change. It is also our greatest climate ally, so we believe amplifying the ocean climate nexus is essential. Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative is a think tank committed to ensuring justice for the ocean and for those who depend on it. We support Indonesia through several strategic programs. We provide detection, legal analysis, and case assistance against IUU fishing and assist in maritime security policy development. We advocate for the protection of fishers' rights, including decent work, legal protection, and equitable access to marine resources. We provide assistance in the implementation of safeguards to ensure that carbon initiatives uphold environmental integrity and community rights. We support effective law enforcement against mangrove deforestation and drives long-term protection. We call for a paradigm shift in environmental law grounded in 5 main principles. Through our partnerships, research, advocacy, and enforcement supports, we strengthen Indonesia's leadership in ocean governance.
Thank you very much for your patience. Let's resume Carbon Connection for Climate Action Seller Meet Buyer. Thank you very much. I can understand. I saw your enthusiasm actually. Some people ask me when this program is going to continue. Well, it is right here, right now. So thank you for that. Okay, our next project, we have 3 more to go today. It's the upcoming one is from the waste sector. It's biogas Hamparan project developed by Green Energy. And we have the CEO himself, Nicholas Steerer, who's going to present it online. I have to check the connection. Nicholas, am I coming through okay? Could you hear me well?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Is it working? Thank you very much. Now, maybe before we start, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Indonesian team of the Indonesia Pavilion at COP30 to welcome us, to organize this event, and to give us the opportunity to talk about what we do. And for the one who are not paying attention, there will be a quiz at the end, so please follow what I will be saying. Yeah. So yes, today I would like to talk about agricultural methane. A key challenge for Indonesia and a problem that we can solve together by developing meaningful projects. Can I get the next slide, please? Methane is the strongest leverage that we have to slow down climate change now. And about 60% of the global methane emissions are coming from the agricultural sector. Indonesia is one of the top global emitters of agricultural methane, especially because of its palm oil industry. Indonesia produces around 60% of the palm oil globally, and this creates some methane emissions. At the same time, it's also a very interesting climate action opportunity because we are talking of potentially 50 million tons of carbon credits every year that could be reduced in Indonesia. Can I get the next slide, please? Thank you. So why is it not actually developing at the moment? Biogas, methane capture technologies are mature, efficient, proven, but adoption remains extremely low because projects require high upfront investment, while there is no regulatory obligation. So most mills cannot finance and develop these systems alone. At the moment, a small number of projects, around 10% of the sites, are already equipped with methane capture facilities. But nearly all those projects were built to meet captive power needs. So typically sites that were relying for their operation on expensive diesel generation. And those projects actually were designed not for climate mitigation, but more for power generation reason. In practice, most of the projects would have been built without carbon finance, and this results in low quality, low integrity type of carbon credits. But yet the key message here is really that the barrier isn't technology, it's about capital flow and how to bring confidence in the project quality. Next slide, please. So now about who we are. So Green Energy is a leading company in agricultural methane reduction in Indonesia. We are a social enterprise, B Corp certified, and our mission is to fight climate change by scaling profitable biogas solutions to capture the methane emissions from agriculture. Our model and our action have been widely recognized internationally. Next slide, please. And just a few weeks ago, actually, we had the honor of being selected as one of the top 3 global finalists in the climate action category of the Zayed Sustainability Prize. This is really an honor for us because Zayed Sustainability Prize is one of the most prestigious, if not the most prestigious sustainability prize globally. And they received almost 8,000 applications. So making it as one of the top 3 is really something that we are really proud of. And of course, we hope that that we'll have the opportunity to win. So stay tuned in early January during the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. Next slide, please. In 2024, we received another award from UN Habitat, the Dubai International Award for Best Practices, again, about our impact on climate change and reducing pollution. This award was more specifically towards the Amparan project, which I will introduce you to in a few minutes. And before that, in 2022, we received another award, this time for impact on clean water and sanitation. And this is something important that I wanted to mention because the impact on clean water is really a direct co-benefit of the methane capture facilities that we are deploying. Next, please. Now, let me present you to concrete projects that we are currently developing. So at the moment, for instance, we are developing a supply chain intervention in Indonesia. So this is a partnership with an iconic global beauty brand who is actually using palm oil derivative for some of their cosmetics, especially for lipsticks. I didn't know that lipsticks were made of palm oil derivatives, but they are. This is the first of its kind in-setting type of project. On this project, we are partnering with Removal, the Paris-based carbon project developer. And basically, we are doing 3 key things for this client. The first one is the selectivity of the project host, of the mill itself. So GRI has developed over the years a database where we mapped out around 1,400 agro-processing facilities in Indonesia. And for each of them, we have data about their carbon credit potential, their risk of deforestation, a risk of deforestation assessment at the provincial level, but also at the mill level, ESG an owner, etc., etc. This database allows us to select a few mills for each project to have a short list that we can offer to each client. But then we don't stop here. Once we have this short list, we will do some on-site verification of all the data in-house, but also using some expert third parties to really make sure that we verify and validate every data related to environmental and social performance of the host. We believe that this is something extremely important because palm oil is a controversial industry globally. And this is very important to implement robust environmental and social safeguards for this project to really shield the project from any possible reputation risk. The second key thing that we are doing for this client is that they didn't want to do only a pure climate action project, but they also wanted to incorporate some social action as part of the project. So we co-designed jointly with the client some social program. And I think that here what I want to emphasize is that we designed this project based on their relevance for the local communities we are serving. For instance, around this project, we realized that women had a traditional skill of weaving some rattan for wicker baskets. And so we partner with another social enterprise in Indonesia to design some more contemporary design and to grant them access to urban markets in Jakarta and in Bali, so that we can turn this traditional skill into an inclusive economic development locally in their village. The third thing we are doing, and this is really centered on the core of the project, on the climate action project, is that we provide end-to-end project delivery from the commercial engagement to the mill, to the technology supply and its deployment, carbon validation and verification, and of course the monitoring and reporting, including the impact reporting throughout the whole crediting period of the project. Commercially, that kind of very high quality type of project, also the exact terms of the ERPA are still under final assessment, but we are talking about a 10 years contract, a payment structure of futures with an upfront payment to support the CapEx. Again, that relates to the barrier that I just mentioned about the high upfront cost of those projects. And we are targeting a price per credit of around $15. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is another type of project. So case study number 2. This project is actually already operational. We commissioned this project in 2021. Commercially, it's a more standard type of project, purely focused on methane reduction. In terms of commercial terms, here we already sold all the carbon credits of this project. So we have an ERPA that is secured for the full first crediting period, so a 7 years offtake, under pay-as-produced terms, and for a carbon credit price of around $7 per credit. But instead of talking too much about this project, I think it would be best to show you a video so that you can see what the type of work that we are really doing on the ground. Can you play the video, please?
Welcome to GREE Energy's Mission in Action. This video showcases how biogas can transform agriculture value chain and combat climate change. Did you know that methane contributes to 30% of global warming? Did you know that reducing this gas is the single fastest way to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius? Did you know that without the right treatment, food industry wastewater releases a lot of methane? In Indonesia, the challenge is immense. Over 90% of food processors lack modern systems to treat wastewater and reduce emissions. This not only pollutes water massively, but also generates greenhouse gases like 10 million cars each year. What if there was a solution? At GREE Energy, we deploy proven biogas technologies to clean industrial wastewater and capture fugitive methane gas. In the heart of Terbanggi Ilir, Sumatra, our Hamparan project partners with Hamparan Bumi Mas Abadi, engaging 4,000 farmers in cassava roots production. We ensure environmental and social responsibility of our local partner through satellite analysis and strict business integrity checks. Yet, in producing tapioca flour, a staple in Indonesian cuisine, the Hamparan Cassava Starch Factory faces major environmental challenges. The Hamparan project has responded by deploying advanced waste management facilities, effectively transforming these environmental liabilities into valuable carbon credits and clean energy assets. Hamparan project leads in technical excellence, setting new standards in water pollution control and biogas optimization. Our commitment goes beyond industrial waste management. We are achieving crucial sustainable development goals, combating climate change, ensuring clean water and sanitation, providing affordable and clean energy, and improving health and well-being. From the success of the Hamparan project, the potential is enormous. With the success of projects like Hamparan, we can significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions and bring a more sustainable development to rural communities globally. Thank you for joining us on this journey towards a sustainable future. Let's unlock the full power of biogas together.
Yes, so if Indonesia and global buyers want meaningful methane reduction by 2030, this is the time to partner. I think that technically I already explained the way we work and how we can deliver this project. If I may add something on this, it's that, so at the moment we are working under the mutual recognition agreement between SRN, PPI, and VERA and gold standard and international carbon standards. But we are also prepared for CORSIA and Article 6 adjusted carbon credits as soon as the government of Indonesia created the pathways to issue that type of credit. And we know that they are working hard on that at the moment. So this is something that we should expect to be ready really relatively soon. And then commercially, what we are looking for is to secure long-term supply agreement. So 7 to 10 years, aligned with the carbon crediting period of the methodologies, for volumes of 400 to 600,000 carbon credit contracted. In terms of payment structure, we ask for an upfront payment. Again, this is related to this high upfront cost and this key barrier to deploy that kind of facilities at scale. On the timeline, we are talking of around 2.5 years. This is because of the construction time of the facility, but then again, the production of the carbon credits and the verification of that production. And in terms of price, well, here we have a very broad range of price between $7 to $20, and this is really depending on the client's requirements, depending on whether the client wants to have pure climate action focused on methane reduction, or if there's an ask for developing some co-benefits, benefiting as well even more the surrounding communities around each project. So I think that the key message here is we need partners who are looking for real methane impact at scale today. So yes, please, if you are interested to partner with us to develop some meaningful methane reduction projects, please feel free to reach out to the team of the Indonesia Pavilion at COP30, and they will make the connection so that we have the opportunities to develop some projects together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas, for the insightful presentation and the mind-blowing video of Indonesia's resources. Okay, how to connect to him, I'll let you know later after the end of the program. So we still have 2 more to go. And the next one, we have seen actually a few projects from the Polu and waste sectors, of which each of the projects are genuinely represent the quantity of GHG reduced. And this legitimate procedure is conducted by a validation and verification body. So next, I'm going to welcome Bapak Syarif Lambaga. He's the Deputy Director Green Economy from PT Mutu Agung Lestari, and he will talk about the role of VVB in strengthening the carbon market or carbon trading.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon in Belem and good night in Indonesia. It is an honor for me to deliver my presentation today on a topic that is central to Indonesia transition towards a low carbon future, the role of VVB in strengthening our national carbon market. As Indonesia continues to advance its climate ambition under the second NDC that has released recently, and the nilai economic carbon value framework, the credibility of our carbon market become more important. So VVB play a pivotal role as independent body.
Sorry to disrupt your presentation, Pak Syarif. You are actually invisible to us. So is it possible for you to turn on the video?
Yes, already.
Oh, can you perhaps sit closer to the camera so we can see you through? Otherwise, it's all green on our screen.
Okay.
Or if you could switch off your virtual background, I think it will be better.
Yeah, maybe I'll lock. Let me. Wait a moment, please.
Okay.
I try to use the non-background because I use the COP background. Can you see? Not yet?
It's actually, we can see a lock sign, and which we don't know what that is, but if you can try to play around with the system and try to make yourself visible to us.
Yes. Yeah, because it is work in my laptop, but I don't know why. No,
Pak Syarif, are you still online, Pak Syarif?
Yes. But I have a problem about the video. I try to setting my video first.
I think don't worry about it if we can continue because we have a time constraint and we still have another one to do.
Yeah. So I'm sorry for it. VVB play a pivotal roles as an independent body responsible for ensuring the carbon quality that every metric ton of emission reduction claim is real, measurable, and compliant with regulatory standard. So this is a challenge for us. Shall be taken to the very Indonesia carbon market more credible. So Mutu is a local company in Indonesia with brand Mutu International. Over 30 years, Mutu International grows into one Indonesia leading testing, inspection, and certification company with 13 branch office and operate 84 scheme under Mutu International. Mutu International, the first accredited VVB in Indonesia since 2015, and scheme under Komite Akreditasi Nasional like ISO 14064-1, ISO 14064-2, nilai ekonomi karbon, and CORSIA. And Mutu also operate the joint crediting mechanism and Plan Vivo. Next slide, please. Climate change has emerged one of the most significant global challenge of our time. Its impact are no longer theoretical right now. They are increasingly evident through the growing frequency of extreme weather event, disruption to food and water system. World Meteorological Organization confirmed that 2024 was the warmest year of the record, with temperature around 1.55 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial level. So, mark the fiscal calendar year to officially exceed the 1.5 degrees Celsius. To achieve the goal of the Paris Agreement and safeguard national interests, collective effort must be accelerated across the sector. Carbon market will stimulate long-term transformation, and carbon market is not just a financial mechanism, it is a catalyst. So by accelerating emission reduction today, the carbon market inshallah help safeguard the global temperature for future generation. Next slide. There is a 5 component to building a strong nilai ekonomi carbon and carbon market ecosystem in Indonesia. The first component is regulatory framework and standard. Indonesia already established a clear national regulation to guide the validation and verification process, and also adopt international standard like ISO 14064 to align the global best practice and ensure the policy harmonization across the ministry like forestry ministry, energy ministry, agriculture ministry, industry ministry, and finance. And Indonesia has developing methodology guidelines for sector specific like in forest, in energy, waste, and refer to Badan Standardization Nasional or National Standardization Body, and also already upload in the SRN website. And also we refer to UNCCC methodology. So how the regulation framework standard government of Indonesia already have been developed right now. So the second component is accreditation body. We have a committee accreditation body or national accreditation body as national authority accredited to VVB in Indonesia. So they work with the ISO 17029 and 14064. So they already established the transparency accreditation system with regular audit, regular performance evaluation, surveillance, and etc. In the every annual build capacity building program to train technical assessor and auditor in Indonesia, can also already a member of International Accreditation Forum. And the third component is validation and verification body. This is a crucial because this is a guard for the carbon market. VVB shall encourage development domestic VVB with specialist expertise across various emission sectors, promote independent and integrity to prevent conflict of interest. This is a crucial from VVB. And also provide technical and financial support to emerging VVB to scale operate and ensure the high quality carbon credit and provide competency validator and verificators. And the fourth component is the stakeholders. This is very important also. How to foster a multi-stakeholder dialogue to align expectation and methodologies, encourage project proponent like company, project developer to engage early with VVB, promote buyer confidence through a verified traceable carbon credits, and involve non-government organization and academic institution in research, capacity building, and public oversight, and build international partnership to attract investment and ensure their transparencies. And the last component is a market platform. Indonesia has developed the market platform like IDX Carbon, and IDX already running since 2023 by President Jokowi. Next slide, please. This is a regulatory framework that has been developed by our government. The Perpres number 98 2021 and now already updated by Perpres number 110 2025 about implementation of carbon economic value instrument and national GSG emission control. And second, the Permen LHK 21 at 2022 and For validation and verification, how to develop the PPD, there is a SCAMEN LHK number 1131/2023. And also there is a sectoral regulation like Permen LHK 7, Permen SDM 18 and 14, and also the accreditation regulation KANKA U01, KANKA K10, and KANKA 10.3. And accreditation body always make a surveillance and imaging during the validation and verification. Next, please. And we know there is a three type of carbon market. There is voluntary carbon market, compliance market, and hybrid markets. Maybe I cannot explain more because we know that we have a short time for this presentation. Next, please. VVB as a front guard, as I mentioned before, VVB as the front guard for the carbon market to deliver the high carbon quality. So an independent body that conduct validation and verification of emission reduction project responsible for ensuring the accuracy, reliability of emission data and reduction outcomes. VVB have to implement it impartiality, competencies, and also consistencies. Next, please. Next, please. VVB role in Indonesia, there is a 5 principle shall be implemented by VVB how to delivering the good validation and verification and delivering the good quality carbon. The first one about the institutional strengthening. Implementation, governance, and independence. This is very, very important because this is VVB has to a legal framework like a scope of business match the VVB activities, and also a strong accreditation system is foundation of a credible VVB conduct regulatory performance audit, implementation transparency penalties for poor performance and conflict of interest, and technical competence, strengthening human resources, especially validators, verificators, and also independent reviewer is essential. So VVB shall provide advanced training on baseline setting, GSD quantification, monitoring system, and MRV framework. Strengthen sector-specific expertise like follow blue carbon, carbon capture, retention storage, industrial process, renewable energy, etc., according to the sector and subsector. And also the validators and verificators have to understanding about the national regulation, methodology, also Article 6 rules. Next, sorry. Yeah, how to the VVB work in Indonesia? The first one, the project proponent has to register to obtain the user account on the SRN PPI. After get the user account, the project proponent can upload the project design document to the SRN and make the engagement with the VVB to conduct the validation process. According to the national regulation, VVB only have a maximum a month to conduct the validation and process. So this is a very important thing, how to VVB to manage the time of the validation. After the validation process done, so the project proponent can implement and monitor the project, and if the project proponent would like to claim their emissions, so the project proponent shall make the project report, or in Indonesia we call laporan capaian aksi mitigasi. So this is LCAM should be uploaded also in SRN PPI. So they make the engagement with VPB. Maybe validation and verification can conduct by one VPB, but also maybe can different VPB. So the VPB conduct the verification process. There is a maximum 6 months after finish the verification process. If the verification process already finished and acceptance, so the report should be uploaded in the SRN PPI, and the team MRV team on the region PPI will review the verification report. If there is issue about the verification report, they will back to the verification body to discuss about the issue. And if there is no issue, the region PPI will issue the GSG emission reduction certificate, we call SPE GRK, and register it in the SRN PPI. So the certificate can be traded directly or through the IDX carbon. Next, please. Next, please. So, what the impact of the VPB on the carbon market? Yeah, VPB will be make the enhanced investor confidence and ensure authentical of the carbon credit and stimulate green economic growth. Because if the quality of carbon, we deliver the quality of carbon is very high, so this is more with the confidence for investor. Next, please. Next, please. How to the strategy to strengthen the VPB? I already explained more about the 5 strategy to strengthen the VPB, but this is depend on the strengthening national regulation and guidelines, enhancing validator verification training and technical capacity, fostering international cooperation for technology transfer. Next, please. In Indonesia, next, please. Yeah, in Indonesia, there is a Indonesia certificate body as we call ALSI, and for VPB development. And there is a 20 of 28 accredited VPB in Indonesia are ALSI member. So ALSI have contribute to deliver the input to the governments, input to the CAN, and how to discuss about how to the increasing the high carbon that validate and verified by the VPB. Next, please. This is a conclusion. VPB are the backbone of the transparency, integrity, and also delivery carbon quality in the carbon market. Their presence strengthen the system and attract private participation. Policy support and technical competence are essential for their sustainability. So thank you very much. Next, please. Thank you very much for today. I hope this discussion will give us a deeper insight into the how VPB can drive reliability, efficiency, and innovation with the carbon market ecosystem. Thank you, and greeting from Indonesia.
Okay, thank you, Pa Sharif, for the presentation and video. Although we can't see you, but I think we all have captured some information on how to build these high integrity verified carbon projects. Okay, we still have one more proposed projects to do from the Folu sector. Please welcome Maximilian Prawira. He is the director from PT Strata Pacific.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Please proceed.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maximilian Prawira. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of the Cercova project. Thank you all for coming, and a special thank you to Indonesian Ministry of Environment for this valuable opportunity to present our wonderful project. So, before I introduce Cercova, I want to begin with a simple truth that affects all of us. Global warming is driven by the rapid increase of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. Carbon dioxide, or CO2 in short, traps heat. A little of it is natural, but human activities have pushed it to the highest levels. This leads to the type you're seeing in the global warming, like extreme weather, rising sea levels, habitat loss, and ecosystem collapse. So when I first started to get into sustainability, I thought the solution was simple, right? Just plant more trees. It makes sense. But the reality is far more complex. In Indonesia alone, we continue to lose hundreds of thousands of hectares of forests annually. 2024, 175,000 hectares of net deforestation, 240,000 hectares of not yet, not to the next slide yet. Okay, so yeah, so in 2024, we lost over 240,000 hectares of primary forest, the forest which is richest in carbon and biodiversity. So as these mature forests disappear, our natural ability to offset the carbon dioxide shrinks. And the obvious answer will be the climate change accelerates even faster. So I would like to show you that if you plant a sapling tree, a new tree that you plant, it cannot replace the carbon absorbing power of let's say a 50-year-old tree. It just wouldn't be an apple to apple. So this realization shaped our path forward for the project. Next slide, please. In 2021, we made a decisive move. We acquired a concession previously used for logging under PT Strata Pacific. And instead of continuing the logging business, we transformed the license from commercial logging into conservation. This transformation supports Indonesia's commitment to Paris Agreement and the goal of net zero by 2060 or sooner. But conservation is not free. Protecting forests, biodiversity, and communities require long-term funding. And we're not a philanthropist, right? Like Bill Gates, well, at least not yet. So we need to think of a sustainable financing model. And we came across with carbon credit. Next slide, please. We registered the Cercova project under FERA using the VM10 log to protected forest methodology, making Cercova Indonesia's first IFM project of this kind. By protecting forests originally planned for harvesting, we allow mature trees to keep absorbing carbon, safeguard biodiversity, and uplift nearby communities, all while supporting Indonesia climate targets. So this is our approach, not just planting new trees, but protecting the ones already silently and powerfully fighting the global warming. Cercova contributes to many of Indonesia's SDGs as well, from climate action and poverty reduction to gender equality, education, and biodiversity protection. Our work is not just environmental, It's socio-economic and long-term. Next slide, please. Today, I'm honored to present the Seram Climate and Conservation Project, or SERCOVA in short. SERCOVA spans 73,000 hectares of forest rich in biodiversity, home to more than 280 species. Our mission is to reduce emission, protect ecosystem, and empower local and indigenous communities. We follow the proven VM10 methodology, and our project is aiming to achieve the highest integrity level under VCS and CCB Triple Gold. Next slide, please. The current status of our project, we have completed the public comment period, the VVB field visit, and the validation audit. We are now progressing through verification, and we expect our first issuance to be Q1 2026. Next slide, please. The estimated VCU projections is based on our monitoring reports. SERCOVA is projected to generate a significant and verified emission reduction over multiple periods, providing long-term climate value and stability. Roughly, we are looking at 1 million tons CO2 reduction every year. Next slide, please. As we move deeper into our mission to protect one of Indonesia's most valuable natural assets, I'd like to explain why the CCB Triple Gold Standard is not just a certification goal for SERCOVA project, but a critical milestone that defines the integrity, quality, and global impact of our work. So the Climate, Community, and Biodiversity Standards, or CCB in short, are internationally recognized as one of the highest benchmark for nature-based climate solutions. Achieving triple gold means a project has delivered exceptional benefits across 3 categories: climate, community, and biodiversity. It's not just meeting the criteria, but exceeding them at the highest level. And why triple gold matters? Pursuing the CCB Triple Gold Standard position us, SERCOVA, among the highest quality conservation globally. It demonstrates that our climate benefits are credible and long-lasting, our community programs produce real measurable uplift, and our biodiversity protection efforts meet global excellence. In a world increasingly critical of the quality of carbon and conservation projects, Triple Gold is not just a certification, it is a statement of integrity, a proof of quality, and a trust for a investor, government, and global partners. Next slide, please. For the first gold level CCB, we are using an ecosystem-based or EBA approach. We implement by restoration of degraded areas, establishment of native nurseries, reforestation with fruit trees and endangered species, climate smart agriculture and fisheries, and finally, use vegetation monitoring. This effort reduces emissions and strengthen ecosystem resilience. This also ensures the forest serve but strengthen to face future climate risks such as rainfall, drought, and biodiversity loss. Next slide, please. For the second CCB, the community, SERCOVA empowers 17 surrounding villages through our health program, education and scholarships, women leaderships and gender equality initiatives, also community-based conservation teams. By improving livelihoods, we reduce dependence on extractive activities and support long-term sustainability. The Triple Gold Standard requires strong, measurable, and lasting benefits for communities, and we are fully committed to ensure that the people of East Seram experience this benefit firsthand. Next slide, please. So for the last CCB is the biodiversity. East Seram is not just a forest, it's a biodiversity treasure. This ecosystem, as I mentioned before, is home to over 280 species of both flora and fauna, including 66 high conservation value species. Many of these species are protected under IUCN, CITES, and Indonesian conservation laws. And our forest is a biodiversity hotspot protecting species such as the salmon-crested cockatoo and the purple-naped lory. We conduct hotspot monitoring, deploy smart patrols, and conduct biodiversity education in villages and schools. For this effort, safeguard species and preserve one of Indonesia's most unique ecosystem. Next slide, please. So the Sarkova project begins with a simple question. How do we meaningfully fight global warming? The answer for us is not only to plant trees, but to protect the mature forests we still have. The forests that store the most carbon, support biodiversity, and sustain its communities. What began in 2021 as a bold transformation from logging to conservation has grown into one of Indonesia's leading climate initiatives. We are proud of how far we've come, and we look forward to working with partners who share our vision for a sustainable and a climate-resilient future. With that, I'd like to leave you with a short video showcasing our project and the amazing team behind it. Thank you.
Indonesia, home to one of the world's largest tropical forests. As the lungs of the world, Indonesia's forests have tremendous potential to absorb carbon, serving as a natural barrier that protects us from the effects of climate change. Recognizing the importance of this role, Sarkova, as a nature-based solution, is committed to managing and protecting forests in a sustainable manner. Covering an area of 71,193.50 hectares, this project is home to more than 280 species of flora and fauna, reflecting our rich biodiversity. As Indonesia's first improved forest management project, Sarkova focuses on converting previously logged areas into protected forest. This crucial work is estimated to reduce an annual average of 1 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in greenhouse gas emissions, making it a significant contributor to global climate change mitigation. Sarkova's vision is realized through three mutually reinforcing pillars: climate, community, and biodiversity. Climate. Sarkova is focused on reducing emissions through forest protection and carbon sequestration. Community. We invest in local communities, ensuring their well-being, livelihood, and active participation. Biodiversity. We are committed to preserving the biodiversity that is at the heart of this ecosystem. The Sakova project targets Verra's global carbon verification standard and triple gold level climate, community and biodiversity certification. A recognition of our commitment to creating a positive impact in all three pillars. Sakova is not just about carbon and forests. It's about creating impact, building a better future, and proving that investing in goodness will yield sustainable results.
Okay, thanks, Max, for the presentation and the video. I think that's all we have for today. And these are all the presentation, the projects that we just proposed. And we're going to show you two more things. We have one more homework to do. Okay, on my right is the form if you want to express your interest, you have queries in relation to the projects that's just being presented and the upcoming projects. If you're interested, you can also select from the list. And on my left hand side, it's the IDX Carbon Coaching Clinic. So we have someone who is going to stand by between 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Brazil time to answer all your queries in relation to the mechanisms on how to trade within the Indonesian carbon market system. I think that's it for today. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
talking about social forestry. So social forestry has proven effective not only in addressing land ownership inequality, but also promoting forest sustainability. And one of the social forestry schemes, customary forest, is a crucial strategy that has significant impact on mitigation action. So to set the note for today's session, allow me to welcome the Director of Handling Tenurial Conflicts and Customary Forests from the Ministry of Forestry. Please welcome Bapak Jolmansyah.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor of standing here in Pavilion, Indonesia, in the vibrant city of Bedam. As the representative of Directorate General Social Forestry Ministry of Indonesia, I would like to express gratitude for our college Ministry of Environment for organizing this platform, which bring us together to share our commitment into climate action. Furthermore, I also would like to deliver appreciation to my fellow speakers, as well as participants that have kindly to be here, the Takso Adat Forest Living Cultures, the role in indigenous people and local communities in climate change and environmental and forest protection through social forestry program. To share insight and knowledge, your insight to great appreciate here. Ladies and gentlemen, indigenous people and local communities, IPLC, play important roles in shaping the traditional knowledge, sustainable practices, and stewardship of vital ecosystem, including their crucial role in climate action. They are protagonists in climate resilience, protecting carbon sink and biodiversity through practice such as agroforestry, reforestation, and traditional forest management. Government of Indonesia, particularly Ministry of Forestry, has important role in protecting IPLC in recognize the right to land, territories, and resource through determinant of customary or adat forest, which are part of social forestry program. Furthermore, social forestry is the management of protection of forests and involve partnership between government and local communities to improve environmental, social, and economic development. It aims to empower local people by giving them the right to manage social forestry sustainability, which help conserve biodiversity, improve livelihood, and mitigate climate action. The practice is to balance community welfare with the ecological sustainability of forest resources. As of October 2025, 8.3 million hectares from 12.7 million hectares have been distributed to be legally managed by more than 1.4 million households. Meanwhile, the 164 adat forest decree has been distributed with total area 345,250 hectares and managed by 7,963 households. Ladies and gentlemen, during UNFCCC COP30, on behalf of Government of Indonesia, Ministry of Forestry officially announced commitment to recognize 1.4 million hectares of customary forest within the next 4 years. This bold commitment reflects two crucial aspects in combating climate change is the meaningful involvement of indigenous people and local communities. In March 2025, we established the DIDIC task force to accelerate the recognition of customary forests. Once of indigenous people and local communities receive the decree, They play crucial roles not only developing sustainability forest management, but also climate mitigation by safeguarding ecosystem, as their traditional ecological knowledge is instrumental for conservation, resilience, and developing effective local relevant solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, in global action, indigenous people and local communities are the frontline communities that are experiencing the worst impact of the climate change. This condition has motivated them to develop and use innovative as well as resilient practices using their traditional knowledge. For this reason, we should take a lead to escalate their involvement by addressing local needs and leverage existing network through empowerment, collaboration, policy integration, and tangible community-led projects. Last but not least, I hope this talk show can generate innovative idea, provide new lessons that can be applied in the future for the advancement of forest communities. Thank you. Gracias. Wassalamualaikum.
Thank you, Pak Julmansyah. We couldn't agree more. Supporting indigenous people is a key success of a fair, inclusive, and sustainable natural resource management. Okay, so this session serves to build international community awareness about the social forestry program as a real action against climate change. Also take the opportunity to build access to funding to strengthen the climate change mitigation actions. To lead the session, allow me to welcome the moderators. She's from Huma Indonesia, Mbak Kanina Ramania.
Okay, thank you so much for the MC for introducing me. So good afternoon, distinguished delegates. My name is Kanina. I'm from Huma Indonesia, and today our discussion will be talking about Adat forest living cultures, the role of indigenous people and local communities in climate change, environmental and forest protection through social forestry program. I would like to call on our very interesting speakers today. I would like to call on Mr. Yuli Prasetyo Nugroho, the head of Subdirectorate for Determination of Customary Forest and Protection of Local Wisdom. Please, Mr. Yuli Prasetyo Nugroho, to come to the stage. And next, I would also like to call on Mr. Bimantara Ajiwardana, the Advocacy Supervisor from Perkumpulan Huma Indonesia. Please come to the stage. And lastly, I would like to call on Ms. Nida Koledo, the President of the Makatumbalan Community-Based Forest and Coastal Management Association, NTFP EP Asia, please. So before we start a very interesting session today, there is a film to be screened. It is titled The Acceleration of Adat Forest in Indonesia, and it is created by the Ministry of Forestry in partnership with the Government of Norway and UNDP. Sorry for the screening. Yes. While we wait, I would like to explain the objectives of today's session. The first one is to share the experiences and lessons learned of social forestry.
What if the best climate solution isn't new technology, but an ancient wisdom? Across Indonesia's archipelago, generations of Adat law communities have lived in harmony with the forest, protecting it not because it's policy, but because it's home. Rooted in belief and tradition, customary forests nurture life, preserve culture, and protect biodiversity. They are the living heart of Indonesia's green future. Since 2016, more than 164 customary forest decrees have been issued by the government of Indonesia. They recognize over 345,000 hectares of customary forest under the stewardship of nearly 88,000 customary households. This is only the beginning. Together with adat law communities and civil society, Indonesia is moving forward to protect more forest, empower more communities, and build a future where people and planet thrive as one. The time is now to honor customary forest, to protect our shared home from its roots to its future.
What a great achievement it has been, the film has highlighted to us. So before we move on to the presentation of our speakers today, I would like to deliver the key questions that the speakers here would like to answer on today on their presentation. The first one, they will be talking about the strategies that have been developed by the government to ensure consistent long-term support for social forestry programs to contribute to climate mitigation and adaptation frameworks. And it is also to understand the strengthening of the national and local capacities, particularly for IPs and LCs, to assess the potential contribution of social forestry management schemes towards climate change mitigation. And we will also learn more about how the traditional knowledge systems and local wisdoms be effectively integrated and valued in climate actions. We'll also talk about the diversified nature-based economies and the best practices that reflected the roles of IPs and LCs, and also the challenges being faced by social forestry program currently and the solutions in the future. Now, please, I would like to call on Mr. Yuli Prasetyo to deliver the presentation, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator, dear colleagues, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, brother and sisters. As Directorate of Conflict Resolution and Customary Forest, we presented about accelerating the recognition of customary forests in Indonesia. Can we presentation to? Oh, okay, okay. It's the map of ethnic group in Indonesia. We have more than 1,100 ethnic group in Indonesia and 700 language in 76 village in Indonesia. It's a lot of dynamic and diversity in our community. Maybe it's the largest of the people in Indonesia, because in 100 ethnic group, it divided is more than 100,000 communities, or a little small communities in Indonesia. Maybe more of that. Next, please. Yes. This is about the spirit of indigenous people and local knowledge on its region. I think, I'm sorry, I'm stand up, because the local community and indigenous people, we have a strong communal bond and the interest of community, take procedure through collective deliberation like a musyawarah in Indonesia, or in adat or their local norm and their own model to decision-making system to achieve a consensus and fostering mutual concern and respect. And then they have a spiritual connection to land and nature. I think is the most important thing in our customary forest. Maintain a profound, often magical and religious relationship with their ancestral land, forest and natural resource, and its balance must be maintained for the community's well-being. As for example, the picture is the people of Papuan in Sorong West, South Sorong. We have 3 people of Papuan, and the one I don't know who's that name. It's me. I'm sorry. It's me. Recognition of customary forest to grant customary law community right over their traditional forest territories, customary institution, and sustainable forest management based on their local wisdom. Next, Mas. This is a social forestry program after they have recognition of customary forest. Now, in whole of social forestry program, we have a lot of plan, community plan. But in all social forestry plan, especially of customary forest or in Indonesian people, now we have 290 adat community plan now, and we have accelerated to that community to have plan, to have preparation to engage the scale of economic to the external. Next, Mas. This is how the harmonization about local about the government regulation and their local knowledge of the English people. The second nature of customary forest territory and boundaries for customary law community or English people must be conducted with utmost care and accuracy for harmonization, taking into account their historical context as well as surrounding social, economic, and cultural dynamic. This picture is about when the state regulation in Ministry of Forestry, we have 3 functions. The first function is production to all of any activity, and then protecting forest when the activity is limited, and the conservation forest is a lot of to be preserve trees and other animal. In perspective of community like Kasepuhan and Dayaiban, when the forest they call Leweng Garapan. Leweng Garapan is a local name of the production function, the function of production, and Kampung Endor from Dayak people, Dayak Iban people. And then to the protection forest is a limited activity. Perspective of community Kasepuhan is Leweng Tutupan, and in perspective Dayak Iban is Tanah Mali or Mali land and Kampung Galau. Kampung Galau is mean like sacred forest. And conservation area in perspective Kasepuhan is Leweng Titipan and or sacred forest. And then for the perspective of Iban people is a Pendam or Kampung Taro. It's like a sacred people too, and it's the burial place of the Iban people. Next, please. This is a distribution of customary forest. I'm sorry, is in Bahasa. And now we have 19 province and 41 regency. If you saw the picture, we have a lot of homework because East Java, Nusa Tenggara, West Nusa Tenggara, and East Nusa Tenggara, and a lot of Sulawesi, North Sulawesi, we still have progress on it, and North Kalimantan or North Borneo, we just facilitation for months ago to accelerate it like the other province. Next. This is acceleration strategies to achieve 1.4 million hectares. We have ministerial degree about national task force, and Pak Bima from Huma is the one member of task force. And then the other task force is like Aman, Walhi, Huma, JKPP, BRWA, and other institution or GSO, and we get more inclusive to the task force. And then we have innovative finance mechanism to protect customary forest as well as improve livelihood through area management, economic and social governance. And maybe in this year we can announce about this collaboration. Development of roadmap, we have a roadmap now to reach the 1.4 million. Next. This is a case study of Amatua Kajang in our customary forest. Next. Lanjut, Mas. This is a key action. Location is we have perspective about overview Amatua Kajang. Second, customary forest. They have a spiritual way as a starway connecting heaven on earth in that forest. If you enter that forest, you must put off your sandal, put off your shoes, and you barefoot to walk in this forest and their village. Rich in biodiversity, native tree, deer, monkey, and other biodiversity. Traditional forest management, they strict protection. Only fallen branches and fruits are allowed for collection. They not cutting the tree and other. Forest crucial for hydrological function, rain generation, and spiritual ritual. Social economic characteristic or their local knowledge or local wisdom is called Kamasei-Masei philosophy. It means life for simple, honest, subsistent life and rejecting materialism. That's why they're very special community in Indonesia. Main livelihood, traditional farming, no modern machinery, weaving black sarongs, all of black, and Padanus handicraft. Strict customary law to protect forest, violation lead to the social sanction or punishment. Because we have inner Kajang and outer Kajang. In outer Kajang, they have sanction or little bit false to the rules of Kajang people. Next. That's the example of they live like handicraft and they have a sacred place and so on. Next. This impact on outcome like social impact, we have adat community plan, we have economic activities aligned with forest conservation with a lot of multi-purpose of their livelihood. Please, next. Yes, this is Kajang community. Next. Our closing remark is the empowering IPLC's governance and practices. The first is respect for local wisdom, acknowledging and integrating the traditional knowledge practices and local wisdom of indigenous communities is vital. As this have proven effective in sustainable forest management for generation. And second is capacity building. Building the capacity of indigenous people institution is essential, including assistance with establishing new institution via policy development and training in financial management and sustainable economic initiative, but still protect their identity. Participatory decision making, ensuring the full and effective participation of indigenous people, including women and youth, in all decision making processes regarding their forests, help prevent the capture of benefit by elites or external actors. Documentation and customary law is supporting communities in documenting and implementing their own customary laws, norm, and culture and regulation for resource use and management, help maintain internal compliance and sustainable practices. Next. Thank you, obrigado.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yuli Prasetyo Nugroho, for explaining to us about how social forestry governance can secure the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. It is so interesting that we see how Mr. Yuli Prasetyo explained to us the shared perspectives of Kasepuhan and Dayak Iban communities in how they see the similar three functions of forest, and how the case study of Amatoa Kajang communities, how strict they are about protecting their forest. So following up on that, we also have Mr. Matthew Van Ryn from the Forestry Officer of FAO, who will be joining us from Bangkok. Please, Mr. Matthew Van Ryn, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and I hope you can hear me clearly. Let me first express my appreciation to Jumansia as Hood, Director of Handling Tenurial Conflicts and Customary Forest, the Government of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Directorate General of Social Forestry, Ministry of Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, and the moderator and panelists for organizing the Indonesia Pavilion and hosting this session on Adat, Forest Living Cultures. Unfortunately, I could not participate or attend in person, and I will briefly talk about the potential carbon contribution in social forestry. Next slide, please. So we can see in recent years, we have seen a remarkable increase in the area under social forestry in the ASEAN region. The area under social forestry has increased from 6.6 million hectares in 2010 to almost 20 million hectares in 2024. And we can also see that there is this area is poised to grow more. And it was also shown in the opening remarks that Indonesia has also ambitious goals to increase the area. And some research has shown that stronger community access and management rights lead to improved forest conservation, management, and reforestation. And tenure clarity and secure rights is a cost-efficient solution for climate action, including lower greenhouse gas emissions and increase in carbon storage. Next slide, please. We have been supporting an initiative, the climate change mitigation through social forestry actions in ASEAN countries, which was supported or is supported by Switzerland over the period of 2022 to 2025. It's a UNRAD initiative, and it works together with the ASEAN Secretariat, the ASEAN Working Group on Social Forestry, and the ASEAN Working Group on Forest and Climate Change, and various partners, including RECOFT, NTFPP, and Nanyang Technological University of Singapore. And it has also, it's a regional initiative, but it had an initial country focus on Cambodia, Indonesia, and Laos PDR. And there are different outputs. I don't go into every detail, but we looked at how to improve the available data, how to improve the monitoring systems of social forestry, how it could be integrated into MDCs, promote and accelerate responsible private investments, as well as supporting building of capacities on nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approach. Next slide, please. So why social forestry climate change mitigation assessment is so important? It links to different aspects. It will support impact analysis, demonstrate impact of targeted interventions, identification of good practices, and thereby also support effective rolling out of a social forestry program. And mitigation assessment allows for the NDC integration. When having that kind of information, countries can choose to include it in their NDCs, which in turn, all the data that becomes available or evidence that becomes available could help in attracting investments. And further and continued systems and capacities. It's a step-by-step process. We're learning by doing. So by doing this exercises, more information becomes available, more aspects can be reviewed. So it's a very important foundational aspect. Next slide, please. So in our mitigation assessment for social forestry, they are still ongoing for the 3 countries, where initial findings show that social forestry has a positive impact and supports climate mitigation. In Cambodia and Laos PDR, social forestry has lower emissions compared to areas in the non-social forestry. Indonesia, we see higher removals from social forestry, and specifically related to the session today, customary forest shows lower average emissions across the board. We are still continuing with data collection, improvement, and further analysis, also including socioeconomic data as well as deforestation risk factors. Next slide, please. We continue with several activities. In Cambodia, development of social forestry monitoring system, the capacity development for conducting mitigation assessment. In Indonesia, including sample-based area estimation, as well as the mitigation assessment, developing a manual to conduct emission estimates for social forestry, as well as guidelines. In Laos, they have established a social forestry monitoring committee, so to help with monitoring of social forestry activities, as well as the impact from social forestry. At the regional level, the initiative helped to develop ASEAN guidelines on nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches for the forestry sector, also specifically looking at social forestry within the sub-forestry sector. It also works on a blueprint for accelerating commercial development of social forestry enterprises. Next slide, please. So social forestry in achieving climate targets, the integration of social forestry in national climate change frameworks and national forest monitoring systems is key. It also is important to enhance the recognition of local communities in managing their areas and strengthening and mobilization of support to follow the permit issuance. And through enhanced monitoring and support, it could allow access to climate finance and investments. Next slide, please. So a few take-home messages. It's a very brief slide. Expanding social forestry is important to provide and protect rights of forest communities to ensure lasting impact. It is important to continue technical support for social forestry to enhance its contribution on climate change mitigation as approved mitigation. Having a monitoring system in place to measure impact of social forestry programs and projects supports informed policy and decision-making and multi-stakeholder engagement, and strengthen regional cooperation, and specifically what we have seen in the ASEAN region, enables wider access to potential finance, as well as facilitates exchange of knowledge. And with that, I think that's my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matthew Van Ryn, for joining us from Bangkok. I believe it's past midnight there. So thank you so much for making the time. Not only Mr. Matthew mentioned about the notable achievements of social forestry, especially its potential carbon contribution, it has also noted the challenges that we need to be aware of. Now, next, I would like to call on Mr. Bimantara Ajiwardana, the Advocacy Supervisor of Perkumpulan Huma Indonesia, who will be talking about adat forest in Indonesia, the cultural and ecological significance in experiencing the effect of climate change. Please feel free whether to sit or whether to stand behind the podium.
Maybe I just sit, yeah. Okay, hello everyone. Happy to meet you in this forum. I am Bimantara Aji. You can call me Bima. I am from Huma Indonesia. Huma is one organization who works for the legal reform and influence the policy for the indigenous peoples and local communities and the environment. The next. And the climate change. Next. Yeah, if we talk about the local wisdom, yeah, maybe the scientists or the the academics is make many contribution to documenting, to explain about the local knowledge or traditional knowledge, but we must make a great achievement for the indigenous people, because indigenous people is not only talk about the sacred, but they talk about the knowledge that scientists base, but it's not documented or published by them. So local knowledge is the key of the important things for the contributed against the climate change. And not only for the local wisdom value, but they have the role. They have many actions to develop the local knowledge and how to bring the local knowledge to be used for the sustainable living, for sustainable culture. Yeah, so I think two of these, local wisdom value and the role local knowledge of the in the climate change, is the very important things for the indigenous people to get their support, to get their developing for them. And next. Yeah, maybe I will stand. Yeah, because there are the three key strategies for integrating, how the integrate about the local knowledge to against the climate change. And Huma have the facilitate the IPs in Indonesia. We are working with the IP and with the we are working with the IP. Yes, the effective integration starts with the recognizing their local knowledge as legally equal to state law. So it's not just cultural add-ons, but Huma works with initiative to stand the free, prior, and informed consent, the FPIC, because FPIC have the important aspects for the designing policy with IPs to prevent the marginalization and enhance resilience. So there are three key strategies. The first is how to accelerate the legal recognition for IPs existence with local government regulations. Because in Indonesia, the IPs can get recognized only from the decree for the local government regulations. So they must to ask the local government to get their existence. And it's sometimes the political will, the not only political will, but sometimes the local government didn't want to give the recognition because, yeah, you are IPs. What the important for us? Yeah, sometimes the local government didn't have the knowledge about how to important the IPs. It's the first, and the second is how to financing and capacity building for IPs. For the propose the recognition for their existence in the local government, they need to two aspects. The first is social data. It includes the name, includes the culture, includes the information of the local knowledge. It includes the spatial. So not only for the social data, but also it's the spatial data. So it's very long process, and it's very get the attention for how to get the finance for they do mapping by or they do writing the proposal, fill the proposal. So it takes time. And not only that, but also how to they influence the local regulations. It takes time because sometimes it make long part of the situation, yeah, and so it's very difficult, but it's the strategies to us how to empower the IPs with the finance, with their to support their action. And the two key support for IPs. Yes, the first is based on our experience that tenure as a foundations. Yes, that Mr. Julmansyah and Mr. Pras that explained before, like Huma with Adat Forest Coalition has been facilitating IP to obtain recognition of their adat forest. So for their recognition, not only for IPs as a subject, but IPs must have propose the object that they have. So if the object is the forest, we initiate the proposal to recognize it's the forest with the adat forest. But it's if only it's not the forest area, we initiate the proposal to the Ministry of Land and Spatial Planning. So there are two schemes that we initiate, the IPs initiate to get the recognition for their object. And the second, the key support is market access. That the task force, yeah, that Huma involved with Mr. Julmansyah and Mr. Pras, we have identified how the projection, how the forecast about the economics value from the hutan adat, from the adat forest. Because how to facilitate them to give the economics value for the NTFPs. Yeah, so maybe after me, Mrs. Nida maybe explain about many things about the NTFPs. And next. Yeah, this is the best practice from IPs. Humas work for IP governance has documented practice that show communities are conserving 80% more carbon while lifting the livelihoods. Yeah, because the customary forests have many support and have contribute to, because the IPs are managing the 23% of Adat forest area with near zero illegal logging, because they have the community monitoring networks that help the deforestation action from their customary forest, and how to involve the women. It's like in this picture, how to involve the women, how to involve the youth, indigenous, to get the participate in the forum, because sometimes it's difficult to them to get the opportunity or chance to make something decision. And the third, how the IP led the restoration of Adat forest, because the IPs have the local knowledge, have the traditional perspective to keep the trees, to keep the area, to the forest, because that's their mother, that's their land, their source. So next. Yeah, but we still have the fourth challenge, that how to impact to the IP if we didn't support. Yeah, the first is climate vulnerability for IPs. And as we know that, yeah, climate change is very impacted for the IPs. And so we must, sometimes the people didn't believe about the knowledge, about the local knowledge can get the restoration for the and against the climate change. Yeah, sometimes we face the limited capacity and funding. It's very important, the funding, the capacity to how the IPs can get the direct access funding. And sometimes the area in the village, the IPs can get the allocation from the village fund, but sometimes they can, because the village fund it's only based on the decree from the Ministry of the village. So sometimes if the IPs cannot get the chance, an opportunity to access the village fund, it can because the Ministry of Village can out the decree, can publish the decree. And sometimes the limited access for indigenous women and youth, yeah, as I told before. And the last is how the other territories sometimes overlap with the concession of company, yeah, like a forestry company, like a palm oil plantation, like yeah, many companies that we sometimes not support the IPs, and sometimes they only just want the IPs must to exit their territory. Yeah. Next. I think enough. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bimantara Ajiwardana. I would also like to resound a phrase that he said. He mentioned that in key strategies, effective integration can only start with recognizing indigenous and local knowledge as legally equal to state law. And this means that not treating indigenous and local knowledge simply as cultural add-ons, but also meaningfully involve them in co-designing policies with indigenous peoples. And he also mentioned the challenges and also climate vulnerability. And in regards to climate vulnerability, we also need to discuss climate resilience so that indigenous peoples, in the face of the challenges, they can face it head on. And speaking of climate resilience, I would like to invite Ms. Nida Colado, the president of the Makatumbalan Community-Based Forest and Coastal Management Association, to please come to the podium.
Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. This is a Filipino, means to say, good day. I am Nida Collado, President of Makatombaleen Community-Based Forest and Coastal Management Association, President of the National CBFM Federation of the Philippines. As a partner of NTP-AP, PNNI, and FFP. Today, I stand before you not as a leader, but a representative of thousands of grassroots communities and people's organizations who had been silent, unpaid, and dedicated guardians of our forest and coastal ecosystem for decades. Our primary organization, the Makatombaleen Community-Based Forest and Coastal Management, began with 36 regular members, mostly women. Today, our influence extends to over 300 members across 16 organized associations in San Vicente, Palawan. We guide these communities through one unified advocacy, a strong community-led forest and coastal protection. Under the national government policy of CBFM A-29 covering 1,850 hectares, we were granted tenure by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources under the Executive Order 263. For more 2 decades, we have acted as forest guards, ensuring the protection and rehabilitation of our area. With our CBFM, we maintain agro farms, National Graining Program or NGP plantations, bamboo and rattan plantations, and restoration areas along our river ecosystems. Our forests also shelter 3 major waterfalls, one serving as our community water resource, and 2 waterfalls that are ecotourism treasures. Beyond our forest area, we applied for expansion into coastal restoration. Since 2014, the Department of Environment awarded us more than 200 hectares in GP Mangrove Beach Forest along the shoreline of our municipality. After completing our planting, we continued patrolling, protecting the mangrove and forests of Makatombaleen Poblacion, San Vicente, Palawan. We also established the Batacano Eco Park, home to more than 90 century trees, Bakawan, 1 miracle mangrove area, and 1 secret mangrove forest, discovered and protected voluntary since 2013, guided by scientific training from Dr. Georgian Primavera. Landscape-based collaboration among stakeholders is essential, especially for accessing funds for community-level climate solutions. But the collaboration becomes meaningful only if the Department of Environment and Natural Resources support the IPLC's communities through securing tenure rights. Without our tenure, communities remain vulnerable. With stronger implementation, the community-based program, we can fully participate in carbon reduction, watershed rehabilitation, ecotourism, non-timber forest product or non-timber forest NTP-based livelihood. Our long-term vision is we need for the Department Administrative Order or the DAO CBFM Strat Plan 2023-2032 to become a bill and eventually pass as a Republic Act or national law because CBFM is recognized as a national strategy for sustainable forest management. With a strong legislative instrument, we can better ensure sustained practice social forestry with IPLCs, empowerment, non-timber forest and development, clean water security, biodiversity conservation, and forest-based climate solutions. A strong tenure and strong implementation will always produce a strong ecosystem. I felt this especially us who are living and breathing in the forest can greatly contribute to achieving carbon net sink by preventing deforestation, continuing tree planting and forest restoration, protecting watersheds and rivers ecosystem, educating youth and women about environmental stewardship and sustaining coastal and mangrove and forest rehabilitation. This is now how we will contribute to reducing green gas emission. And when communities are empowered, forests are protected, and when the forests are protected, climate mitigation becomes possible. I stand here today to deliver one message. Grassroots communities are the heart of the forest protection in the Philippines. We have been working for decades with limited resources, often without compensation, yet we never stop and never will not stop. But for us to continue, we need legal security, policy, stability, and true government support. The future of the forest and the future of climate resilience in our country depends on a strong partnership and strong tenure rights. Let us stand together, communities, government, and partners. Let us protect what protect us. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay ang CBFM, mabuhay ang ating komunidad. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nida Colado, for delivering the importance of forests and the works of grassroots community. Because with, as she mentioned, with little to no compensation, they are doing everything they can to protect their forest, which host important waterfalls, important resources for their lives and livelihoods. So now I would like to open the floor for the audiences who are interested in asking questions or giving remarks. We have some interesting souvenirs, endemic only to Indonesia, that you can get for the audiences who would like to ask or give remarks, please. For the audiences who are interested, you can raise your hand.
Hello? No.
Yes.
Thank you very much for this great presentation, and I value that you bring local knowledge into the topic of climate change. I would like to know how many local community success projects you have already running, if you have a specific number of projects or successful achievements that you can say we really are doing a change in these specific numbers of communities.
Maybe before the speakers answer the question, I would like to call on one more question or remarks. Please note that anyone who asks or give remarks will receive a very interesting souvenir. Please.
Okay, I'm from Senegal. In Senegal, I'm I'm working with a mining company. And then to take account the impact, we work with the communities to create what we call conservation zone. And then we identified the conservation zone, and then we discuss with the communities how to manage the conservation zone. And then we establish what we call the local role. We call it in Senegal what we call convention, local convention. It is a package of local rules that we discuss with the communities, and then we adapt with the communities, and we have to set up the communities and to implement all the local rules in the communities. Then my question is about the system of monitoring. How you conduct the monitoring, the collection of data with the communities. It is and how you communicate with the communicate all the data that you collected. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to first ask the speakers for the first questions. That is, how many local communities already recognized? Maybe we can get both the insights from Indonesia and the Philippines.
Thank you. Now we have 164 communities in 19 provinces and 41 regency now in Indonesia. It almost 400,000 hectares now in Indonesia. I think it's we have more hard work to that to 1.4, but now we have 100,000 hectares. And I think I agree with you, and we need more monitoring in what you call it about in our term is high conservation value forest in high conservation value culture and local knowledge in their area, and then in our system in monitoring by the local government from the regency district until the structure of the village. I think is monitoring by their own self, assistancing by local government is the effective way. And for my conclusion, I think we have a slogan, no one left behind, especially for the indigenous people in Indonesia. Thank you.
Check. Okay. Yeah. The first question is about how many are the number. Yeah. As a GSO, we have identified 461 local regulations that have published by the local government that recognize the recognition of indigenous people as a subject. Yeah. The first is, but maybe the 37% from the 416 communities, it's in the process of the customary forest to the Ministry of Forestry, to the desk of the Papras. So yeah, it's the process. It's take a process. And then how about the second question? It's about the monitoring. Yeah, we are working with the IPs to developing the application with the technologies, the technology supports. Because every people now, which is in the city or in the rural area, they still have Android or phone. Yeah, so we develop how to identify the fact, how identify by the picture, by the report about the deforestation action in when it happens in their customary forest. So the technology is vital support, it's main support for the IPs to get the new knowledge about how identify or how to know about the something happen in their customary forest. And it's very easy, and so, but still still need support to gain the development of the application. We will share to you if you want to know about more about the application. Thank you.
Hello. For me, we have 1,971 members community of the forest management in the whole Philippines. In being a CBFM holder, we have a contract from the government to guard the forest. We are the guard of the forest in the Philippines. So we need that tenural rights to be protected. And that is why we are monitoring, because in our contract, if we will be awarded by the CBFM, by the government, in the contract, we will guard the forest voluntarily. That's all.
The next one, I would also like to ask Mr. Matthew to answer the question. The first question is about the current number of recognized local communities and whether you have any insights on that. And the second one is the monitoring systems.
Thank you so much for the question. I'm perhaps not in the best position to answer the first question, and I believe other panelists have already indicated some numbers. In terms of monitoring, I think we look at two different aspects. One is in terms of field monitoring, which can help in terms of direct feedback. Applications were mentioned, how basically it can steer day-to-day operation, day-to-day management of areas. And the other is more at the national level, how to link it to the national frameworks. I think that is a step that is still development, but Indonesia has already made some key important steps. There is already a web platform, GoCoops, and Coops are online. But I think that one of the next steps is how to really integrate social forestry in national forest monitoring systems, in national monitoring system, and link that operation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. So before we finalize this session, I have one concluding question to the speakers. That is the first one. I have two questions, sorry. The first one is reflecting on today's discussion. What do you think are the most important next steps, whether at the community level or the national level or the regional level, to strengthen the role of indigenous peoples and local communities in climate action and sustainable forest governance through social forestry? Maybe we can start with Mr. Matthew.
Thank you. It's not an easy answer. I guess there are different elements to it. In one of my closing take-home message, I was referring to the monitoring system, evidence, and that evidence could also attract finance. So I think it's also very important to support the good practices that are undertaken and to really ensure that, yes, there is the reward, there is the finance coming available. So, and that also needs, of course, evidence and trust. So that these are all important aspects to think about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. Now I will follow up on Mr. Yuli Prasetyo, please.
I think what the acceleration with the commitment of 1.4, I think we need collaboration. We need more inclusive with all the multi-stakeholder, and the most important thing is no one left behind. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. What's next is we are initiating with the Directorate of the Hutan Adat to build the new, maybe in like a new paradigm, or new methods of the Hutan Adat, of the customary forest. So we we are improving about how to get the new task or new process for the maintain the adat forest with collaboration with the forest management unit, which based on the local area. Sometimes the forest management unit are very contribute to support and give the many approach to the IPs in the local area. So I think it's the key for the next.
For me, as a stakeholder, a member of the grassroots communities, we need the security of our tenure, the CBFM. What we need from the government, especially the DNR, the DAO 2522, we don't like. We want the protection of the DAO for the CBFM Strat Plan 2023-2032. We want the government to support that because for the security of our tenure in the Philippines as the community pays for its management.
And with that answer from Ms. Nida Colado concludes our session for today. Please give a round of applause for all of the speakers. Now I will return to the MC. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for everyone who put lots of efforts, not just in addressing climate change, but also protecting cultural and ecological heritage for future generation. I invite everyone to please rise. We have a special merchandise for all the speakers, valuing your contribution in our pavilion today. And Pak Julmansyah, please take the honor to hand over this token of appreciation to all the speakers. Julmansyah, one more. Take the center position, Pak. Everybody, please take a few steps forward. You? Okay. Twist to the center a bit. All done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So we have 2 more to go for the day, and we welcome you to enjoy our snacks or Indonesian delicacies, and please stay around in Indonesia Pavilion. Thank you. Okay, welcome to Indonesia Pavilion once again. Are we ready? If you are, put a thumb up or two. I guess we're all ready. Thank you. Okay, so we'll be talking about the role of government and organization in addressing climate issues. So government, may it be the state, the local, provincial, district, local, they play a central role in addressing climate change. But the government are responsible setting the agenda, driving the action, including the legislation, policy development, funding mechanisms, financing access, as well as international cooperation. However, given the scale and the complexity of climate change, it demands more than just a government intervention alone. To set the context, allow me to welcome our keynote speaker. He's the member of the Audit Board of Indonesia. Please join me in welcoming Bapak Fatan Suci.
Good evening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear Excellencies, dear fellow destination, it is a true honor to address you today at the 30th conference and the parties of the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Here in Belém, on the edge, the Amazon, at the Indonesian Pavilion, we gather with purpose and hope. This climate conference under the UN framework on climate change remind us of the big challenge before us. Time is running short to halt the devastating effect of global warming. It is a privilege to attend this UN Climate Summit. This marks the fourth time I have joined a person following the COP I attended in Sharm el-Sheikh, Mesir, Dubai, and Baku, Azerbaijan. At this conference, I have emphasized the importance of policies that drive real transformation and create opportunity for lasting progress. Here in Belém at COP20, I warned at the such policies must also include clear performance benchmarks. Your Excellencies and all delegates. In the slides, it is encouraged that at COP30, countries are placing greater focus and action. Implementation must be guided by innovation to address climate risk. In this spirit, we will come forward to find new financial solutions that will strengthen climate action and accelerate the progress we have agreed to pursue together. At COP30, forests are the heart of our discussion and negotiation. That is fitting as Brazil, like Indonesia, is home the sum of the world's most vital tropical rainforests. These forests are essential for stabilizing our global climate. The leadership of forest nations such as Brazil has never been more important. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to funding, there must be a strong effort to mobilize resources from high-emission countries in the global north. Recognizing the historical responsibility is important, even as we acknowledge that fulfilling this obligation remains an ongoing process. This responsibility also extends to protecting global forests and to providing sufficient forest finance. At the same time, where possible, countries in the global south can explore ways to mobilize resources domestically. Such effort will complement the essential climate finance the global north countries are urged to profit to those in the global south, especially as this nation face urgent and severe climate impact and the pressing need for adaptation. Dear Excellencies, dear fellow delegates, in the Amazon forest, as we get together here, allow me to share an inspiring story from Indonesia about forest financing. In recent year, Indonesia has changed how it transfer money from the central government to subnational government with forests. This new system called the Dana Alokasi Umum was announced at COP in Sharm el-Sheikh and Dubai. This achievement is not small for at least two reasons. The first, this transformation is fiscal transfer for tropical forests, and the global climate is rooted in Indonesian fiscal constitution, with governance intergovernmental fiscal relation, specifically the 2020 law, the 2022 law, and central on regional government fiscal relation, Undang-Undang HKBD. This fiscal transfer include a forest cover indicator. With the policy providing district and municipality get more funding if they have more forested land along with other factors. The goal is for local government with forests to realize that protecting them bring benefit, especially with help from the funding. Protecting forests help not just local district and province, but also the whole world. Everyone benefit from healthy forests. The second reason is that this way of seeding money for tropical forests and climate has mobilized a lot of Indonesia own fund. It might be the biggest REIT plus funding in the world so far. About $1 billion have gone to subnational government for the forest cover. To compare, all REIT plus funding worldwide since the start is around the $3 billion. In 2024, the transfer has more than tripled, according to the calculation of University of Indonesian Center for Climate and Sustainable Finance. About 3.8 billion USD in the Dow transfer that year can be attributed to the forest cover of this province and district. Let me say it again, 3.8 billion domestic resource mobilization for forests. The excellent fellow delegates, apologize for the excitement. I have closely followed the historic journey. I was vice chair of Indonesian Finance Commission in the National Parliament when the forest cover transfer policy was created. Now, at my fourth climate change COP, I am serving as a board member of Indonesia Supreme Audit Board, Badan Pemeriksa Keuangan. BPK audit how the state manage its finance as required by Law number 15 of 2004. We check the finance of the central and regional government and other public entity. They're excellent. As you can see, funding for forest is already available. You might also expect that more climate finance for forest will be provided in the future, building on the amount that have flowed into the Indonesia in recent years. While there are still challenges to overcome, this present opportunity for growth, opportunity for improvement. Recently, the Audit Board of Indonesia, BPK, reviewed the financing of the forest and land use sector. The BPK note that this as currency challenge to directly link policy change to reduction is deforestation, highlighting an area for further progress. The situation underscores the importance of enhancing clarity to better track and measure progress toward the initial deforestation goal. Given this finding, the BPK has recommended that relevant ministry establish clear standard for measuring and evaluating both planned and unplanned deforestation and part of climate action plan. Indonesia needs to better align funding with effective measure to reduce deforestation and the emission it causes. The excellent, the Audit Board of the Republic Indonesia BPK has the capability to evaluate how state fund are used in the sector and area connected to climate change. I am proud to report the BPK was designed to audit the International Maritime Organization, IMO, for the fiscal year 2021 and 2023. BPK was also appointed as the external auditor for International Atomic Energy Agency, EIA, for 2018 and 2019. Additionally, BPK Indonesia is a UN auditor and may also audit the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. Last week on November 7, the main session of the Fifth Committee of the United Nations General Assembly in New York, United States, decided to appoint Indonesia as a member of the United Nations Board of Auditor, UNBOA, for the 2026 to 2032 period. Alongside Brazil Supreme Audit Institution and the Cortes Comunes France Supreme Audit Office, this decision by acclamation positioned BPKRI as an UN auditor. BPK also offer essential non-audit support such as capacity building. For example, BPK has trained numerous auditors from audit institutions and many global South countries at the training academy in Bali. I am completely confident in the technical aspect of Indonesia's BPK. Their excellent, the Sitcop in Belém placed tropical forests at the forefront. The government of Brazil has introduced an innovative approach to global forest finance trust, the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, TFFF. President Prabowo Subianto of Indonesia has endorsed the facility and pledged state funding to support the TFFF. Effective governance of TFFF funding is essential. Therefore, performance audit on the use of TFFF fund is critical to ensure the facility achieve its intent goal of preserving Indonesian tropical forests. The Audit Board of Indonesia hold a robust constitutional mandate to audit the government of Indonesia and its various entities at both national and subnational level, including public forest entity in forest region. All audit entity are required to address the board recommendation. Dear Excellence, at BPK we believe the climate initiative must set the highest standard to truly fulfill the purpose. Nowhere is this more critical than in climate measure, especially those for our forests that are backed by public finance and entrust with responsible government. This shall be the true currency of climate finance. Every dollar invested must be transferred into effective, measurable, and traceable action. This is the very essence of the performance audit mandate entrusted to BPK. As I have shown today early in my address, BPK has delivered proven result, real world result. BPK show that high standards are not just aspirational but achievable. Let the inspire confidence in all of us to mobilize resources to invest in Indonesia and the champion innovation for our planet forest through initiative like the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, the FFF. Excellencies, fellow delegates, today as we share Indonesia transformative innovation, both our broad achievement in fiscal transfer for forest and our broad aspiration for climate, let us not only celebrate progress, let us also spark a shared determination to lead the world in climate action. At the NECOP, let us boldly commit to advancing the role of performance audit climate public finance, ensuring every investment is accountable, transparent, and truly serves our planet. Let climate performance audit become a pillar of our collective ambition to confront the climate crisis. The global audit community must stand as guardian of the Paris Agreement, upholding our promise to future generations. In this spirit, I call upon the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, INTUSAI, to take a leading role, ensuring quality, credibility, and trust in climate finance for the world forest nation. From Indonesia to Brazil and across all nations, let us unite our effort and set a global example. May we all receive contain blessing from the Almighty God. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Fatan, for the keynote as well as conveying some important messages. He highlighted the impact of forests for climate stabilization. And of course, thank you, Pak, for initiated the initiatives. It's a fiscal transfer for the local government who can manage or enhance the forest cover. And of course, in conclusion, he stressed out the climate performance audit measuring mechanisms that's crucial to ensure public fund is transparent, accountable, and truly executed for the benefit of the planet. Thank you, Pak. Okay, so I will call upon our speakers to stage. We have two who's going to sit with me and one joining online. I will introduce the first one because I have to make sure the connection is well. She is the head of environmental management and supervision, Ibu Yeni, presenting on behalf of the head of the environment and forestry from West Kalimantan, Bapak Adiyani. Ibu Yeni, am I coming through okay? Could you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. And our next speaker, he is the lecturer and researcher from ITB. That's one of the best university in Indonesia based in Bandung, West Java. Please welcome Dr. Rerenat Army Susanti. And next, he's the Deputy Executive Secretary from ICLEI Brazil, Rodrigo Corradi. Okay, for the next agenda, I would like to invite Pak Army to probably have a bit of presentation to show to all of us.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, colleagues and guests. First of all, I would like to say thank you for Ms. Desmona to invite me to present something around 15 minutes to our production of technology. My name is Army Susanti from Bandung Institute of Technology, and then it is reflected to me to be here in COP30 to the Year of Amazon. And the story I will share today, it is not about technology only, but it's about integration, government, and also our unwavering commitment to our net zero goals. Now here we are in the Indonesian Pavilion. Of course, we have to commitment to accelerating the substantial action of net zero achievement through Indonesian high integrity carbon. So this requires a holistic system that synergizes technology, institution, and people. Now I would like to show you the new technology what was developed since 2020. This platform will support you. We namely form. The platform will support you the follow net sync 2030 and also net zero 2060 commitment in the future. So this is our framework. We are starting introduce you, outline the scale in Natura Indonesia, peatland and forest challenge. And of course, we have some lesson learned from the key insight in past fire event. And of course, we have some gap analysis, including that impact of the thinking of forest fire government in Indonesia. And finally, we come to the core of our presentation. Our proposed holistic innovation solution will conclude with the tangible benefit and collaboration. And of course, we invite you some collaboration and forward. Indonesian challenge, we have at least three strategies to address peatland forest fire risk. The first one, strengthening and technology innovation and predict system. We cannot fight what we cannot see or predict. The second one, enhancing human resources capacity. The most advanced technology is useless without the skilled people to operate it. The third one, build data infrastructure. Now we're leveraging tools like big data and blockchain for transparency in low ownership and carbon accounting. The fourth one, of course, strengthening multi-stakeholder collaboration. This is not battle for government alone. It requires everyone. What is perspective from the mass media? You can see from the report from this media, this is also perspective of the people. At least we have three things, the perspective from the people. And say we can see from the media. The first one, peatland and forest fire remain unresolved issue. The second one, the government not yet fully coordinated among the stakeholders. The third one, of course, we are still slash and burn, especially in consensus of the palm oil. For those, as a point, the government seeking the new alternative and holistic approach to solve the forest fire problem. Let's see what happened during 2025 actual for Indonesian forest fire. You can see we have more than 2,000, during this year, more than 2,000 hotspots detected by NASA by satellite, including Aqua satellite. This is including, you can find in north and south of Sumatra and also in some area in West Kalimantan. This is more than 203,000 affected forest fire, this area of, affected by forest fire. And even though our ministry reported we have decreased number of fire compared to the others. And let's see what happened during El Nino, because we have El Nino also will be more effective to the forest fire in Indonesia. In 2015, in 2019, we have the big El Nino outlet in Indonesia. The highest El Nino cause of forest fire, where forest encouragement land, including illegal logging, and of course, exacerbated by dry weather condition. We can say 99% of the forest fire caused by human activity. And the fact also, 80% of are become agricultural plantation area. So, from the lesson, from the painful experience, we have learned two fundamental lessons. The first one, awareness. The second one, awareness. So two of things is very important one. Now, what is that any threat for because of forest fire? Of course, we have a lot of multi-dimensional threat in Indonesian peatland. The first land, we have international threats. In this one, it's affect regional relation in Indonesian global standing. The second one, we have social. It is spark conflict over resources. Economically, disruption, productivity, and global scale. Imagining impact on supply chain will be disturbed. And of course, we have health-wise, the health spreads, a public health crisis, damaging lung, and so on. And finally, we have also threat of ecosystem damage. Ladies and gentlemen, no, actually, Indonesia not starting from the scratch. We have a lot of regulation actually. Next, please. We have comprehensive legal framework from forestry law to environmental management. We have establishment forest and land management country, have legal provision for sanction from administrative to through criminal charge. But how about the implementation? So we have a gap analysis of peatland forest fire management in Indonesia. We have at least 6 gaps we can find from the gap analysis for peatland forest fire management in Indonesia, starting with regulatory framework. And also we have pure land conservation, including unclear tenure of crates, vacuum wear, fire and cantrip. And also we have a politician factor, corruption. We have social factor, poverty, and also weak bureaucracy governance. So we need holistic approach for land forest fire management in Indonesia. And actually, we have started before that. We have early development detection system. We have peatland forest fire patrol, and we have FDRS indicator. FDR is mean fire danger rating system, and we have satellite image. We have hotspot prediction, and we have peatland forest fire sensor. So, however, several times this false alarm, effect after survey will create in the field. So we need including cost human activity as a part of the forest fire cost in the future. For those, we starting working with toward holistic information system and end-to-end management platform. We starting preparedness. We come up with early warning detection, and also we starting also risk assessment with come with early action. Both of them will be early warning system. There will be output and also input for the countermeasure, input for impact assessment, and also input recovery of our action and SOP. And of course, we can use the information to be part of alert system by decision maker, also by peatland forest fire task force, and also by public. So for those, we have something for the new technology imagination. So we next please. We try to transfer innovation digital technology approach for peatland and forest fire management. We try to replicate the real condition, a real world peatland dynamic into digital environmental. That's why we can say we can call digital twin technology. So next please. We have holistic. We're starting the holistic end-to-end management platform. We have a platform named RIMBA here. RIMBA is the real-time integrated monitoring for burn alert. We're including everything. We're including many stakeholders to support this one, starting conceptual model from our campus. And of course, we have also land forest monitoring from other departments. And of course, we have peatland monitoring from other institutions, and also land forest fire prediction for with automatic aspect for other aspect. And of course, we need also legality. So we need everything, support together, and we can come up with the big whole of the consortium in order to build the new technology platform to forest and to forest monitoring. So the next one, we can see we have this the new platform. This is a part of the RIMBA platform. Next, please. We call the FOAM. FOAM is Forest Fire Management System that we have right now. The system that including at least 6 features. Two of them is the very advanced feature. For example, you can see FDR's prediction. This is not easy to find FDR's prediction. And the second one, we have also hotspot prediction. The next one, we have also weather prediction. We combine everything. Of course, we have a lot of features and others, but 3 of them is very big innovation, advanced innovation for our application. So here, the next one, here is a live demonstration of the FOAM. You can see here, we can show in the COP30, you can see the hotspot observation. We can show hotspot observation, and then we have fire weather index, and we have satellite image observation, and also we have forest fire vulnerability index. All together, we can find the main point of our result is prediction and detection of fire and land fires. This is the main point of our technology. So what implication? We have tried to find, is that possible to tracking when they're starting the burning from the private company. In the right side, you can see we have applied to find who originally burned the forest. For example, I tried to blind the name of the company. This is condition in 2030. We can know where's the land, what kind of company will burn this location with accuracy more than 80%. So next please. And of course, the power of our model, the power of our, next please, our form is come from this data fusion. We including all data, including satellite data, you can see from the NASA, NOAA, Terra, MODIS, Landsat, Sentinel. We have also combined with our computer. We have a supercomputer, we calculate the data, including data from the weather, data from the activity during the rainfall, not so far from the forest, including data also from the socio-economic. All together, we can come up with FDRs, for the danger system. With some variable, we can predict the later. So that's why we can predict where and when the fire will become up in such a location. So, And of course, the next one, I will come to the finish my presentation. We have benefit, of course, with our form application dashboard. We can monitor potential forests. We can monitor where and when the fire will be come up in special location with high resolution. The second one, of course, we can respond with they can respond from the other stakeholder to modification weather in order to stop the fire. The last one, of course, we have early action plan, effective community, and quick, accurate calculation of potential victim number. And the next one, we need also, please next, all we can work to sit together, not only government, but also all stakeholder. Next, please. Yeah, not only government, but also the media mass, engineer, and also academician, people, and also media mass. You should all together in order to make sure the system working well, including will be early understand by the community. Next one, please. Of course, we have implementation challenges. The challenges are still aside. We have two challenges, technical challenge, also social challenge. In technical side, we have limited local data, escalating effect of climate change, and technological gap between developer and end user. And social challenge, we must overcome uneven stakeholders' capacity. The complexity of information and culture of disaster awareness is not yet fully embedded. And finally, we have conclusion here. Indonesia, with its own complexities, want to contribute hyperbole, peatland, and forest fire. We need integration system to support us. And of course, we have finally, we have a FORM. FORM is one of leading innovation in peatland and forest fire management. It could be developed for the world. And next one is thanks a lot.
Thank you, Pak Army. I will quickly just ask you a question. You have mentioned the challenges, both technical and social, right? So something is good if something that you input is good, so you could produce a reliable outcome. So how confident are you to ensure that this digital twin system is detailed and accurate and could capture the whole ecology or ecosystem of the forest?
The status, yeah. Yeah, I think this is very important for if we such as platform, this one. We make sure about the accuracy. Before the launch of the dashboard or application to the public, we have to make sure the accuracy at least 80% for accuracy. Before that, of course, we need a time to testing in the field. But after 80% of the testing, the self-testing result, we can show the public they can use the system. This is our experience. For example, here sometimes they can be more than 80%, but sometimes less than 80%. But more or less 80% is still good. Normally, theoretically, more than 60% is still good, but we have 80% for accuracy. So we have to apply for many areas of Indonesia, including the use by police to find what kind of company will burn the location, and then exactly they know. And also the private company don't want to deny the fact, because it is really accuracy, because we can tracing for the last historical of the data. For example, last week or last month ago, exactly when. Then nobody want to be lie, because we are talking about the quantitative. We are talking about the data.
Okay, so 80% level of confidence, that's pretty good. And with data, nobody can deny, right? Okay, Rodrigo, I'll come back to you later. I'll give the opportunity to the lady online. Ibu Yeni, are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay, Ibu Yeni, please tell a story about the potential in West Kalimantan, what they reach at, as well as demonstrating some climate actions you have successfully implemented in your region?
Thank you very much, Ibu Desmona. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The honorable all the speakers and our moderator, and also the all participants of this meeting that has been joined offline or online. First of all, let's say Alhamdulillah. Thanks to Allah because of His blessing that we can join this meeting in a good condition. And apologize from us because we cannot attend the meeting in person. And warm greeting from our head office, Mr. Adiani, and also our governor, Mr. Yanorsan. And I also want to express our gratitude to the Indonesia Pavilion Secretariat that has been give a chance for West Kalimantan province to be a speaker today to present our policy about the emission reduction, especially in energy sector. Maybe please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yeni. I'm from Environmental and Forestry Office of West Kalimantan Province. And daily I work as the head division of environmental management and control. For opening the presentation, first please allow us to play video from our head office. Maybe you can help me to play the video.
Yang terhormat para pemimpin dunia, para delegasi, dan seluruh peserta COP30, atas nama pemerintah dan seluruh masyarakat Provinsi Kalimantan Barat, saya menyampaikan salam hangat dan penghargaan setinggi-tingginya kepada seluruh peserta COP30 yang diselenggarakan di Belém, Brazil. Meskipun saya tidak dapat hadir secara langsung, saya merasa terhormat dapat menyampaikan pesan ini secara virtual sebagai wujud komitmen Kalimantan Barat untuk berkontribusi aktif dalam aksi global menghadapi perubahan iklim yang membangun masa depan dan berkelanjutan. Hadirin yang saya hormati, Kalimantan Barat merupakan provinsi terbesar ketiga di Indonesia dengan luas wilayah sekitar 147.000 km persegi dan populasi sekitar 5,7 juta jiwa. Provinsi kami terletak di bagian barat Pulau Kalimantan, berbatasan langsung dengan Malaysia di sebelah utaranya. Kami memiliki hutan seluas 5,5 juta hektar, yang merupakan bagian dari kawasan Heart of Borneo, kaya akan keanekaragaman hayati, dan menyimpan sekitar 6,4% stok karbon hutan tropis Indonesia. Namun, di tengah potensi besar tersebut, kami juga menghadapi tantangan nyata, seperti deforestasi dan degradasi hutan yang memberi kontribusi besar terhadap emisi gas rumah kaca. Dalam 29 tahun terakhir, Kalimantan Barat telah kehilangan sekitar 2 juta hektar hutan. Tantangan ini kami jawab dengan langkah konkret melalui strategi pembangunan rendah karbon yang terintegrasi. Salah satu inisiatif utama kami adalah Circular Bioenergy dan Carbon Innovation, sebuah pendekatan sirkular yang mengubah limbah hutan, limbah kelapa sawit, dan sampah perkotaan menjadi sumber energi bersih, nilai ekonomi baru, serta sarana penurunan emisi dan pemberdayaan masyarakat. Limbah kayu dan batang sawit yang dapat diolah menjadi pelet biomasa arang, dan biogas berpotensi menurunkan emisi 30 sampai 40 ribu ton CO2 ekivalen per tahun bila diterapkan di 3 klaster industri biomasa di Kalimantan Barat, yaitu Singkawang, Ketapang, dan Kuburaya, sekaligus memperkuat ketahanan energi di wilayah pedesaan dari industri kecil. Di wilayah perkotaan, limbah organik dari rumah tangga dan pasar tradisional diolah untuk menghasilkan biogas dan pupuk organik cair yang digunakan untuk penerangan jalan umum dan energi lokal, serta dimanfaatkan sebagai bahan bakar pengganti batu bara di PLTU. Kami juga mengembangkan inovasi sistem pelaporan karbon digital terpadu untuk memastikan integritas tinggi dalam penghitungan emisi, serta mempercepat pendaftaran proyek karbon secara nasional di dalam SRN, PPI, dan internasional. Selain itu, akan dikembangkan pula ekonomi sirkular lokal dan pemberdayaan masyarakat yang melibatkan desa, kemudian pesantren, kelompok perempuan, dan UMKM dalam pengolahan limbah organik menjadi energi, pupuk, dan bahan bakar pelet. Pendapatan dan penjualan energi dan kredit karbon dialokasikan kembali untuk mendukung pendidikan lingkungan, konservasi hutan, dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat desa. Melalui model Profit People Planet Integration, Kalimantan Barat membangun ekosistem ekonomi hijau yang berkeadilan sosial dan berkelanjutan. Hadirin yang saya hormati, demikianlah beberapa inisiatif sirkular bioenergi yang akan kami lakukan sebagai bagian dari komitmen Kalimantan Barat untuk menurunkan emisi sebesar 60% pada tahun 2030. Serta mendukung pencapaian target nasional full net sink 2030 dan net zero emission Indonesia tahun 2060. Kami percaya bahwa transisi menuju ekonomi hijau hanya dapat terwujud melalui kolaborasi yang kuat antara pemerintah, sektor swasta, masyarakat, dan mitra global. COP30 merupakan momentum penting untuk memperkuat solidaritas lintas negara, memastikan keadilan iklim, dan menegaskan kembali tanggung jawab bersama kita dalam menjaga bumi ini. Sebagai penutup, Kalimantan Barat menghadirkan contoh nyata bagaimana limbah hutan, sawit, dan perkotaan dapat menyalakan lampu, membersihkan sungai, serta membiayai masa depan iklim kita. Ini bukan limbah, ini adalah kekayaan baru untuk berkelanjutan. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Selamat sore.
Okay, that's the video from my head office, and I will add some information about the energy policy. Maybe please go to the slide 8. I'm sorry, before that. Okay, thank you. West Kalimantan has targeted new and renewable energy share of more than 30% by 2025 and increasing up to 2050. And in this general plan, remarks the potential of biomass and biogas, part of the new and renewable energy in the province, with approximately 1,308 megawatt can be produced from biomass. And now West Kalimantan has 174 units of biomass and biogas power plants operated with 201 megawatt capacities. Next, please. Okay, this is the cycle model of biomass energy crop supply chain. It is from the permit land ownership, and then will be planting, harvesting, and transferred into the power plant, and as a co-firing in the steam electric power plant. Next, please. The business model of community-based biomass sourcing. First, the land concession holder, together with the local government, agency, and community farmer groups, carries out planting. And then National Electricity Company, or PLN, partners with university to provide assistance and outreach for the biomass ecosystem development program. The land concession holder agency can cooperate with or appoint a public service unit or other partners to process the harvested crops and waste into ready-to-use biomass. The processed biomass converted to ready-to-use biomass to be supplied to PLN. And the biomass is converted into wood chip biomass for the PLTU. Next, please. Okay, these are our challenges in bioenergy, especially in West Kalimantan. First, biomass supply is unstable, as it depends on palm oil waste and energy wood that fluctuate and compete with export market. Second, logistic costs are very high because remote roads are limited and low density of biomass. Environmental and social risks as expanding plantation can lead to forest degradation and land conflicts with indigenous or local communities. Technology and human resource limitation hinder since the overall biomass operations require specific skills in drying biomass, controlling combustion, and maintaining boilers. Regulation and incentives are not appealing due to biomass tariffs are low, costs are high, and energy authority is centralized. What next to be done? First, a focused study is needed regarding the opportunities for waste-to-energy power plants in West Kalimantan. Biomass power plants should be built in clusters near biomass sourcing areas to ensure supply and cut transport costs. Promote small community-based biomass power plant. Promote biomass sourcing policy that ban natural forest wood and promote residues and community energy plantations. Regulation on tariffs and incentives, including co-firing, need to be enhanced to improve project visibility. Okay, I think that's all from us. I will give it back to Ibu Mona. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Yani, for insightful information, and thank you especially for staying up at this time. I believe, if I'm not miscalculate, it's around 1 to 2 a.m. in Indonesia or in West Kalimantan. Thank you very much. We do value your time. Okay. By the way, anybody know where West Kalimantan is? Put your hands up if you know. If you don't put your hand up, I assume you don't know. So no, you know, one person know. Out of these many people, only one person know. Okay. If I revise my question, do you know Borneo? Also don't know. Okay. Rodrigo, I need help from you. Okay, Rodrigo. Brazil is similar to Indonesia with lots of forest cover, right? And would you kindly introduce perhaps some initiative? Bu Yeni, by the way, I'll get back to you later. I'll finish off all the presentations first and I'll start asking questions. Would you share some initiatives, some programs you and your team have developed in not just preserving the forest, but also develop or how do I put it into words? Make sure that it's consistent in terms of lots of fundings coming through, just to make sure that everybody is aware to take care and not just following or not just because of compliance, but the people is actually have the high of awareness to take care of the environment.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Desmona, and thank you so much for the question. And good afternoon for all you guys here. It's a pleasure to be here at Indonesia Pavilion. Thank you for the invitation. I believe that my point in taking this question is try to demonstrate a little bit how my organization actually tried to bridge local governments into the process of not only conservation, but being keen actors to try to implement a climate policy that could be not only sustainable for forests, but to be sustainable for a developing future that combines biodiversity and a climate action that could be integral to our local development. If I may go and use the podium, I believe that would be interesting to use. I have a few slides that I would love to finish quickly so you can continue the conversation. Hello, hello. Thank you so much. Para os brasileiros aqui, boa tarde. Obrigado, pessoal. Thank you, guys. And I would like to introduce a little bit about my organization. I work in an organization called ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability. Is one organization that is actually headquartered in Bonn, in Germany, but we have a global outreach, 25 office around the world, one of them in Indonesia, proudly being part of the Indonesia regional procedures to work towards actions that could be done not only considering the federal, the local, the national government, but to be implemental into being complementary with the local and regional governments. But why do we talk about that? We talk about that because since 1999, the majority of the population of the world already lives in cities. We are around today in 56%, if the World Bank is correct, living in cities, going to 2030 to already be around 60, and we must be 2050 at 75% of the global population living in urban settlements, as the United Nations likes to call. So we want to emphasize that when we are talking about cities and regional governments being fundamental for any solutions, what we're trying to emphasize is that people are fundamental for any solutions. We cannot take away people from the solution. We cannot just have technical and technological solutions towards climate. We need to have policies, public policies, that actually could combine actions that could be done in a global sense, but they won't be for sure implemented locally. And based on this concept that all actions are local, that to scale up any sort of actions towards climate change would be necessary to have local engagement, it's going to be paramount to have cities and regional governments engage in that matter. Considering that, I'd like to go to the next slide, please. We want to identify that COP30 demonstrates for cities and regions lots of opportunities and challenges, and we'd like to emphasize a few of them in this presentation. Next one. First of all, is to try to lead by example. When we talk about the Paris Accord, we try to demonstrate that countries had committed themselves with actions that should be implemented towards our arc of 2030 that could give us a world below 1.5 Celsius degree of increase in our global temperature. Okay, so if globally we have this mandate, how can we do it locally? We promote as not only ICLEI, but part of a whole global cohort of international organizations that work into the implementations being done by the cities, as we call this climate compliance, is to try to understand that we need to have a local governance dealing with this matter with each territory. We need to make analysis and to identify how we emit, and the greenhouse gas emissions inventory is fundamental to that, but also a climate risk and vulnerability analysis, because unfortunately we already know that it's not only mitigation, we are already in one adaptation mode in which we need to have analysis how our territory is emitting, but how our territory is being affected and will continue to be affected in the years to come to climate change. We identified that to have an ecosystem service assessment is to bring biodiversity to this process, especially when we talk about Brazil and Indonesia, to take away biodiversity of the solution of the climate issue that we face. It's something that is unthinkable. So we need to make this analysis part of our climate agenda, and then to make a risk reduction plan and a climate action plan that could actually be translated into actions. Actions that could be done not only thinking about our moment right now, but into the months and the years to come. Next one, please. We try to demonstrate that we have already some success cases that we can showcase. The one of that we'd like to emphasize is the case of Recife. Recife is a city, eu sei que vocês conhecem, but there is a fantastic city in the northeast of Brazil, one of the major capitals of Brazil. We are able to not only, throughout this compliance, to demonstrate to an Inter-American Development Bank that would make sense to make specific actions into the city to recover its lakes and rivers, and that this could create a situation of stability into its climate agenda. These are some of the events that we were able to already to demonstrate that are on the look for the city of Recife. Next one. With Recife in the same pace, we have here this component of integrated urbanization, that what we call. Guys, can I use this one if it's not an issue? I believe it's going to be better. Hello, hello. So we have a component of integrated urbanization. So it's to listen to people. That's the key element that we need to emphasize when we're doing and acting locally. It's not only a technical issue to tackle. Of course, that we need basic data that is fundamental to be implied in any action. We need to have data. We need to have data that could be translated into public actions. But in between those two elements, it's fundamental to listen to the people that are suffering close to the shores of a river, that are suffering from the extreme heat. So when we are doing this process, it's fundamental to have any elements of public engagement and participation. To identify that, of course, resilient infrastructure is also, of course, that we're going to need to have lots of gray infrastructure that is already consolidated, but we need to identify nature-based solutions that could be integrated to this process, to use the best technical elements of this, but to also remember that we have lots of nature-based solutions that we as society, as civilizations, we have already been doing this for the past hundreds of years, millennia, and that we need to recover, to combine with the best technology that we can to give big solutions. And the components of innovation in urban and housing policies in response to climate risk. This is a fantastic project in Recife that I invited you to listen a little bit more. It's called Promorar. It's a fantastic project that tries to combine it in one of the cities that most have people have fatalities in the past 25 years due to extreme weather events in the city that's one of the most affected by extreme climate event in the world, the city of Recife in its metropolitan area, and we're able to support this city-led process that we were able to advance. Next slide, please. So when we try to do this, we also need to showcase what's being done that makes sense. So we are here with the state of Amapá. Amapá is really just across the river, considering that this river is the largest river in the world. It's just not across the river. It's like 45 minutes of flight, if I'm not mistaken, but it's really for 24 hours from boat, from one place to another, to Belém, to Macapá. But Amapá is a fantastic state, the most preserved state in Brazil, that has 97% of the native Amazon forest preserved. And that state, in the same sense, is the state that's considered to be among the two poorest states in the country. So it's a state that makes its share to preserve the forest, but in the same pace has been penalized to not have an economic growth that actually could support its citizens. So in that way, please come back one slide, my friend. Thank you. I promise I'm going to finish. The idea is that we need to demonstrate the opportunities of development. We may not only see that we are going to preserve, and remember, Amapá is preserving the forest, but we need to understand and to demonstrate that people need to be preserved as well. So in 5, 10, 15 years, people are not demanding to have other sort of productions that are going to be damaging towards the environment. So it's something that is an interesting case. Amapá seal produced from the middle of the world that is a fantastic element to try to demonstrate this bioeconomy could make sense if it makes sense towards its population and it's connected to interesting business model. Next one, please. And thinking about challenges. Next one, we are going to a COP in which we're going to have necessarily, and every time that myself, my colleague Tamara over there from my team, and any other colleagues of mine, that we want to showcase the idea of local governments as paramount towards the climate agenda, we need to at least think about these 3 layers. We need to translate to different departments, especially to the population, the positive and negative consequences of the climate agenda. We need to be be the ones that, we need to be the ones that could connect the dots. It's not, especially when talking about local governments. Local governments deal with the most fundamental elements of the public service. Sometimes it's really complicated to the public official that is over there dealing with issues of health, issues of education, issues of basic work that you're going to have in the city, sanitation, to try to connect the dots, to demonstrate that we need to think about climate as their agenda, not something far away. So it's fundamental to try to translate this to people on the ground, to integrate climate and biodiversity. This is something, and I want to reinforce that, especially here. So proud and happy to be here at the Indonesia Pavilion, is the connection that we may not see those elements as 2 different agendas. Climate and biodiversity are the developing, especially to the global south, our developing agenda. And we need to combine those elements to make sure that our efforts are not derailed and we take away money from different activities that should be fundamental to make containers in the differentiation of climate and biodiversity. And ensure that projects move forward. And in that sense, it's fundamental to have pilot projects that could create new technologies, new elements that could be fundamental to move ahead. But we need to scale up. This COP so talking about COP30 and the COPs that are going to come afterwards must be COPs of implementation. We need to see where the money is going and where the capacity to implement is going, and the time and who is going to be in charge of that. If we do not have these elements in our agenda, the agenda that must be the UN, the parties, civil society, and local governments all together, if we don't see those elements put together in this forum, we're going to be missing the time, missing the leap towards an actual implementation. And for sure, when you are facing already that 1.5 is starting to be a little bit behind our lifetime, that we are starting to have that many critical events around the world, and that we're going to have those being done and affected people majorly in cities and majorly in the global south, reinforce that I'm proud to be in the Indonesia Pavilion so we can take actions as countries that we're going to be so demanded to protect our people, protect our environment, and protect our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Excellent. Thank you for answering my questions and adding more information to that as well. Yes, we need to translate the positive and the negative of the climate impact. So you're trying to mention educating the people, the local government, to act according to the life we live in right now. And one question from your presentation: how do you actually balance between environment sustainability and ensuring economic progress, because people would not care about the environment if their welfare is not being maintained well.
I think this is a great question because I believe that we need to try, and maybe the pilots that I was talking about, they are the elements to try to demonstrate that this is a false equivalence. The false equivalence that if we are going towards economic development, we are going against environmental development. If we have this element as our key component, we are going only to face and understand the specific dots in which this equation makes sense. And for sure, this equation would have made sense a lot in 25 years ago or 30 years ago. We have been, and you can tell by the companies from both of our countries that are excelling in this past 20, 25 years, that majorly they are moving towards a way to combine economically and sustainable development. That we must be the ones that, of course, can understand, and I believe that this we're going to differentiate myself to some activists that we're gonna face this in another direction. We are talking about the phase outs and phase ins. We are phasing out from different technologies, but those technologies are not, from a glimpse of an eye, being the one that we're gonna disappear, because in that sense we wouldn't be able to sustain the quality of life, the basic quality of life of our population. But we are in the phasing in of new technologies, and we need to take, and this is what I think that politically is the key element, to try to reinforce the pace, the timing, and the way in which we're going to invest to these new technologies. Because when we identify that we are going, for instance, Brazil is one of the, as in Indonesia, our agriculture is fundamental to our development. We must not vilify the production of our agriculture, not because, for sure, not for our agricultures, our farmers, but for sure not because of our livelihood. We have an estimated that only the Brazilian economy, the Brazilian agriculture, feeds 1 billion inhabitants in the world annually. The numbers must be similar to Indonesia. We must not take this we must see this as an asset, and to try to demonstrate how we can transition this specific capacity that we have into something that could be friendlier in terms of emissions, friendly in terms of recovering ecosystems, and how this could be combined. I believe that we must not see the one against each other. We must understand the points of connection that we can bridge.
We have to shift our paradigm. It's not about a trade-off between one to another, but actually those two elements can go hand in hand together. Okay. I'll get back to you, Pak Army. I'll give the opportunity to ask question to Ibu Yeni. Ibu Yeni, I believe you're aware of the current issuance of Presidential Decree number 110 of 2025 in regards to Article 6 Paris Agreement. Do you see this new regulation could have a positive impact or generate additional revenue for the local communities or for the local government in particular?
Yes. I think the
It's about
related to the
carbon trading mechanism, Ibu.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think the regulation is good, but in our position, it's there is need more clearly distribution authority for the local government, especially about the carbon trading. Because West Kalimantan now trying to contribute more in the emission reduction, for the NDC, for Lunetsing, and also now we go to the energy sector. And how is the distribution more go to the local government? I think that we need more, but now it's better because the opportunity is open for the local government. But maybe in the next implementation, we need more distribution of the authority.
Okay, Ibu Yeni, how do you measure the readiness of the local government and the public as well in building a high quality carbon units?
Yeah, if we talk about West Kalimantan is one of the provinces, I think, in Indonesia that has stepped readiness condition from 2012, I think. Because from 2012, we have developed a lot of policy and document regarding the emission reduction, especially on a land-based sector, like forestry and also the plantation. We have developed REDD plus policy and also calculate the emission in MRV report. Also, we have developed FREL emission from the forest definite emission level and another policy. Also, we develop funding mobilization. So in West Kalimantan, especially in land-based sector, now there is one project with Green Climate Fund, and the proposal has been approved, but now it's taking to the preparing for the implementation. So for West Kalimantan, the condition is now ready to go to the emission reduction implementation. But it is maybe it's for another maybe need a time, yeah, because to develop document a policy we need a time and also the budget.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Yeni. Looking forward to see more green carbon projects generated from West Kalimantan. Okay, last question before we move on to the next one. I'll see if the time allow. Okay, Pak Army, you elaborated about the digital twin system. So my question is how you integrate that system, that sophisticated system, into the existing climate risk management framework, and just to ensure that the management of forest and land fires runs efficiently and effectively.
Yeah, thanks about Desmona. I think most of the digital technology such as a form, it should be a dynamic system. So this should be updated continuously with the data, not only from satellite, but also from the field data. For those, I think we can implement it with existing system in Indonesia with 4 conditions. The first one, we need continue getting data not only from the satellites, from digital data, but also we verify with the field condition. The second one, we need also the young people, good capacity, especially for information system. And the next one, we need coordination among stakeholders, including from the local government, community, and so and others, NGO also. So this last one, we need the rule of legal standing of the form as application in order to operate as the wind technology facing the forest and wetland fire. So I think we have 4 conditions, and of course, this is very possibly to implement it to be part of the big issue to facing the forest and wetland forest in using the wind technology. Thanks.
how often do you the data is being updated? Because we want to make sure if the condition that's stipulated in the system is real, reflects the real condition.
For satellite data, we update 4 times a day. 4 times a day automatically. We can download the data automatically. We starting from university. We have the server, the good server. They can do update automatically 4 times a day. For field data, we can do at least one time a month, or later. But at least no more than 6 months, because the field will be changing in the field. So I think we can combination between the satellite data, the data, and also from the field data. I think this more effectively and achieve compared to we can do directly every time we can go to the fire. No, we can do only 1 month, 1 times a month, and the rest we can do by digital data.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have, I think, 5 minutes. Would you entertain questions from the floor if time allow? I think we can manage to squeeze one. Is there any? I said one. Okay, so, okay, I'll do both.
All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the speakers. I think it's such an interesting approach. First, we have the technology. We also have the importance of bioeconomy, nature-based solutions. And I feel like the countries such as Brazil, Indonesia, truly have a close relationship and approach on that regards. I would like to know the perspective about the holistic approach, and when we are talking about sustainability and also the development, perhaps the importance of just transitions and also intergenerational equity, which is something to make sure that the development truly felt by the local community, especially from the indigenous people. What would be the perfect holistic approach and also integrations with all stakeholders? Thank you.
Rodrigo, may you answer the question in terms of transforming?
I believe that. Thank you for the question, and I believe that's so relevant to have the perspective that, and my idea, it's completely connected. I don't see that the holistic approach is necessarily the one for every step that we're going to be in the implementation phase, but I believe that in the strategic sense, it's mandatory towards an coherent process in which we combine different elements. But and especially when we're talking about the elements of just transitions, we need to identify, and in that sense, I believe that we're going to be fundamental to identify territorially the concepts that we are going to need to make the bridge towards address transition. The Paris Agreement, the Paris Accord is it's key to demonstrate that a just transition is as part of the implementation as mitigation and adaptation. For sure, we have been short of taking this in accordance. We have been advancing in mitigation poorly, forgetting and being segmental for adaptation, and completely forgetting just transition. I believe that in the past 2 COPs, we have been more engaged in this element, and I believe that we need to push this forward, especially with funding, but also with the approach, and I completely agree that the holistic approach makes more sense in that way.
Okay, thank you. Just quickly, one more.
Hello, everyone. I actually wanted to ask, from all the challenges that you guys spoke, what is right now the biggest challenge, in your opinion, in addressing climate issues in Indonesia, and what would be a good path in dealing with this challenge?
Okay, what's the most challenge and perhaps the most urgent issue to solve from your perspective, Dr. Army?
Yeah, I think when I starting follow the COP in 2007 in Bali, I think until right now in Belém, I think the most challenge is how to protect our community. This is very important one. We can negotiate with a long time, but the community receive, waiting your response. We think waiting to support in order to make more stronger into the field, because the climate should be changed later, and the more push for the community with lower capacity. So I think the more challenge is how to increase the capacity, how it support the community in order to make their far from vulnerability. This is my opinion. Thanks.
Okay, just so enhance community empowerment by strengthening their capacity building. From you, Rodrigo, perhaps you want to add on to that?
I believe that for sure the question was for Indonesia, in my perspective, most from South America. I also believe that we need to have layers of implementation that could recognize the different ways in which we need to implement, especially when we're talking about capacity and funding. So when we are dealing with the way in which the different countries, and now talking about South America and Latin America, generally speaking, we're going to have different capacities in different territories, different countries going to be unitary, federal governments, more devised, more centralized. Actually, the idea is that we are going to be able to see these different capacities in terms of how we can attract capability and within the cities that are going to implement, and the funding to make this process work in a way that should be transparent, and that should be in a way in which people could identify that their resources are being well implemented on the territory. Because coming back a little bit to your initial question to me earlier, in the same way that we need to have a common way to understand the idea of combining economic with environmental to make sustainable. Sustainability is economical, social, and environmental in the sense. We also need to have transparency in a way in which people could relate and rely on the idea that those funding that we're going to allocate really are going to be allocated to the right direction. We must not think about, if we're talking about $1.3 trillion US dollars for investment annually, that this could be something that goes to the sink and no one is seeing, no one is watching. We need to watch and watch the watchers to identify the best way to move ahead.
Unfortunately, the member of the audit board has left. Otherwise, he could respond to that. But like he said, he mentioned on his speech, every dollar, every cent cannot be wasted, and it have to go to the preservation and conservation of our environment. Thank you once again for your attendance, your enthusiasm, and your participation. Please put a big hand for the speakers. We're going to have a photo op together.
kecil bang. Kecil ini. Kecil bang.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How are we today? Are we still full powered and energized, although it's the last session of the day? Yes. Okay. So our topic of the discussion is it's about the multilateral environmental agreements. MEAs, known as the Rio Conventions, are configured to share goals in sustainable development and environmental governance. However, the implementation of these conventions has often occurred in silos, leading to challenges in coordination and maximizing the co-benefits. To frame the context for the discussion, allow me to welcome our keynote speaker. She is the Principal Secretary from the Ministry of Environment, Republic of Indonesia. Please join me in welcoming Ibu Rosa Vivien Ratnawati.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good afternoon, selamat sore. It is a privilege to be here with you at COP30 at a moment when the world eyes are once again on our collective ability to confront climate change with urgency and unity. For Indonesia and for all nations represented here, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is the defining challenge of our era. Thank you for gathering here today. It is an honor to discuss how Indonesia can strengthen its climate policy through the integration of multilateral environment agreements, we call it MEA, tools that are more essential than ever as the world confronts the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, here at COP30, it is clear that climate change is the accelerant that intensifies the other two crises. Climate change accelerates ecosystem decline, biodiversity loss, weakens natural resilience, and pollution compounds environmental and health vulnerabilities. For Indonesia, a nation with extraordinary biodiversity, vast coastlines, and millions of people dependent on natural resources. This crisis touches every layer of society. These three crises do not unfold in isolation. They are deeply connected, creating feedback loops that intensify risk to our ecosystem, our health, and our economy. And for a nation as vast and biodiverse as Indonesia, the stakes could not be higher. This is where the global environmental governance system and multilateral environmental agreement in particular play a crucial role. Agreements like the Paris Agreement, the Convention of Biological Diversity, CBD, the Montreal Protocol, and the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Convention help countries align action, share responsibilities, and build collective momentum toward environmental resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, but to truly understand the strength of MEAs, we must acknowledge the foundation they stand on. The long evolution of international environmental law built not only on treaties, but also on soft law instruments that shape the principle guiding global cooperation today. When states face barrier in reaching binding agreement, they often turn to non-binding declaration to articulate shared values. The 1972 Stockholm Declaration and the 1992 Rio Declaration are prime examples. Both articulated the non-harm rule, which has since become a touchstone for most environmental agreements. The Rio Declaration in particular became a principal reference for numerous MEAs. It laid out foundational environmental law principles, including precautionary principles, sustainable development, and common but differentiated responsibilities, principles that continue to guide both negotiations and implementation. Even though many MEAs incorporate soft law concept, these principles have nonetheless become a legal and normative basis for addressing environmental challenges worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, we know common but differentiated responsibilities, or CBDR, initially expressed in the Rio Declaration, appears explicitly in the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, in both its preamble and operative provision. Despite being non-binding at first, the principle shaped decades of climate negotiations and ultimately influenced the architecture of the Paris Agreement. Soft law has also played a regulatory and preparatory role. The 1987 London Guidelines helped shape the prior informed consent mechanism that later became binding under the Rotterdam Convention. The FAO, International Code of Conduct on Pesticide Management, and subsequent guidelines further filled regulatory gaps left by binding agreements such as the Basel Convention, Stockholm Convention, strengthening global norms for chemical safety and hazardous waste management. Ladies and gentlemen, this evolution from soft law norms to binding commitments demonstrate that MEAs do not emerge in isolation. They are part of a larger continuum of international cooperation built on shared principles that countries have endorsed repeatedly even when not legally obligated. For Indonesia, integrating these MEAs means recognize these linkages and using them to reinforce national policy. It means designing climate strategies that also support biodiversity conservation and pollution reduction. It means coordinated action across ministries, stronger monitoring system, and deeper engagement with communities because environmental protection is most effective when it is holistic and inclusive. So distinguished colleagues, climate change is reshaping our world faster than our institution can respond. But the international environmental regime rooted in Stockholm, shaped in Rio, and strengthened by MEAS, give us the tools to build a resilient future. Indonesia is committed to doing its part by integrating MEAS into our climate strategies. We are crafting policies that are robust, coherent, and grounded in decades of global cooperation. At COP30 today, let us renew our commitment to climate leadership built on the principles, agreements, and shared responsibilities that brought us here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Fifin, for the keynote, and thank you for pointed out that at present the international law requires integration on environment binding agreements. So I guess we have no choice, but we have to just work work on incorporating MEAS into our respective climate strategy. Thank you for that, Ibu Fifin. Okay, for the upcoming discussion, we will touch on how Indonesia effectively harmonize the commitments under MEAS and align it with the national framework. What approach can be adopted to advance synergy across MEAS in order to achieve both national and global climate targets? How can countries leverage their shared objectives to promote coordinated action and resource optimization? So I would like to call upon all the speakers to stage. Professor, University de Chile and Executive Director of NGO FIMA Chile, Dr. Ezio Costa Cordela. Deputy Director of Indonesia's Center for Environmental Law, Lasma Natalia. World Youth for Climate Justice, Nicole Ann Ponce. To lead the session, please welcome Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative Representative Steffi Juwana.
Hello, everyone. It's so good to see a full house today, the last session of the day, but I think everyone is still in a very good spirit. So I guess from our keynote speaker, we've already heard about briefly what we're going to be talking about. So basically here at COP, we already know the condition that we are in right now. We already know the science. We already know what we have to do. But now the big question is, so how can we get everyone to actually do it? And the answer is, we need the law. And basically, that is something that we're going to be talking about in the next an hour or so. We're going to be talking about the role of law, the role of international treaties, also adjudication as well, and also how we can integrate those frameworks into more concrete actions. And we have a lineup of speakers here. And the Master of Ceremony has already introduced all the speakers, so let's just get to the discussion. So first, I'd like to welcome Professor Ezio Costa Cordela, the Executive Director of FIMA. And I think from you, we'd like to hear about, so Bu Fifin has, she successfully described how these treaties are very, they are across of several topics. So how can we make this as an integrated approach? How can we make this as a very concrete action to something that is very coordinated so we can optimize all the resources that we have to get to those goals? You have 15 minutes to answer the question.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for the invitation to the Center of the Indonesian Center of Environmental Law, and thank you to the Ministry also for her words. I think that it's a very good description and an opening for what I'm going to talk about as well. So my idea now is to show, how do I change the slides? they will change. My objectives now is to show, to understand precisely these interlinkages and synergies between these three Rio conventions, but also with other MEAs, and that's the important part of it, to understand how different international environmental law agreements can work together, and to explore how countries can leverage, can share objectives such as nature-based solution, ecosystem restoration, and so on and so forth. These concrete measures that we have to take. In order to understand how these measures can be taken, I think that the most important thing is to actually understand where are the connections between the different treaties and the different conventions. And as the next slide shows, thank you, to understand this, we have to start from a point of common ground, common understanding about environmental law and which kind of relations are being regulated by environmental law. And environmental law uses as mechanism international treaties, use constitution, use laws and regulations, but the basic idea is to regulate the way that we relate with nature and among us using nature as a proxy, no? So when we look at environmental law, we will see some regulations that are created to guide the way that we use natural resources, the way that we use nature, but also some other regulations that are created to enhance our lives, I mean to put a better well-being in our lives, to protect nature as a value on itself, and to protect future generations. Because what we are doing is to use nature in a way that can affect others. And this is why the principle of non-harm, for instance, is that important in environmental law. This relation that we have with nature, we have it at least from three different perspectives, scenarios, spaces. We have a relation with nature as persons, as people, but we also have a relation with nature as a state, which is different than the one that we have as person or as communities. And we have a relation with nature as a society, which involves not only our laws and regulations, but also our culture and the way that we do things in each day. So having this in mind, the next slide will show, and this is a little bit more complicated, but as you can see here, we have been creating, as a global society, we have been creating a way to understand these relations through one very important mechanism, which is the right to a healthy environment. And the right to a healthy environment is included in most of the constitutions in the world, including the Indonesian constitution, and it has been recognized by most of international courts and tribunals, and it has been included in a number of international treaties throughout the years. But it's not recognized as a common entity. Not every part of the world thinks the same when thinking about the right to a healthy environment. Not every court or international tribunal thinks the same when discussing about the right to a healthy environment. And this is something that we are going through, I will say, no? Because what you can see in this map, it's the different kind of connections that other rights have with the right to a healthy environment. This is the right part of the left part of the chart. You can see different rights that has been connected with the right to a healthy environment in different jurisdictions. So, in the first one up there is the right to privacy and freedom from humiliation. This is the right to develop the family as well, which is the right that the European Human Rights Conventions in the Article 6 states as one of the human rights, and is the one that the European Tribunal of Human Rights has taken as the basis to create or to recognize the right to a healthy environment. So, for the European way of thinking about the right of the healthy environment, what is important is that each person and each family can have a privacy and can have a development of their life that is connected with their own views and is not interfered by things as pollution. No, if we look at the first decision on this matter in Europe, it was about noise in a house. No, so and the court said, well, if the place is too noisy, then we cannot have privacy. Therefore, there is a right to a healthy environment. But it's not the same in Latin America. It's not the same in Africa. The connections are different. So, for instance, now I see that the translation is not very good, but anyway, for instance, in the Latin American context and in the African context, we have been recognizing some connections between the rights of indigenous people with the right to a healthy environment. And we say, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights says this, there is a right to development that is especially applicable to indigenous people, and that right to development is the one that leads us to recognize the right to a healthy environment. The same thing is said by the African Commission on Human Rights. And also, we connect in Latin America the right to life with the right to a healthy environment, which for me is very basic. I mean, we need a healthy environment to live, but it's not the same in each part of the world. And within this right to life, we have the right to water, the right to food, and the right to health. And these are the important things for the right to a healthy environment. In the African way to see the right to a healthy environment, we have a different thing, which is the right to development and the right to the people to take things from the earth and use them to develop. And in the Arab world, we have a right to a healthy environment, which is also connected with the right to house, the right to food, the right to water, and so has been thought from this idea of developing a way of life. No? So these are different ways to see the right to a healthy environment that now, from 2023 on, should be included in the international recognition that the UN did about the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. These three words, clean, healthy, and sustainable, have to be filled. They haven't been filled yet. I mean, there is no that much work yet into understand which is the way that we are now as a planet recognizing the right to a healthy environment. But what we do know is that this right puts some obligations on the states, and puts some obligations on the people, and puts some obligations on companies. And this is the thing that has been developed by, especially, the advisory opinions of the International Court of Justice, the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, and the Tribunal of the Law of the Sea in the last 2 years. So now we are building some connections to understand the deepness of the interlinkage between these different treaties and between these different rights. And as we can see in the next slide, this means to overcome the separation between regimes. We are now here in one of the regimes. No, this is the climate regime. This is led by the UNFCCC. This started with the convention in 1992. We are working around the Paris Agreement of 2015. And there are countries that actually say that is this regime only, this is the only regime that can talk about climate solutions, for instance. No? During the hearings in the International Court of Justice, many countries said that. We are not going to comply with general international law because in what regards mitigation of climate change, what we have to comply with is the Paris Agreement. And this is part of this idea of regimes that are not connected between them. No? And so we have the climate, we have biodiversity, we have water, we have oceans, access rights, and so on and so forth. There is a number of different regimes that are, from a bureaucratic point of view, they're actually being worked as silos. So we have different meetings, we have different treaties, we have different access points, and so on. But these different silos are connected. And this is what we can see in the next slide, which is basically the same. But what we can see here is that all these silos are not silos, no? Are part of a system. And this system is the system of international environmental law. And this is probably one of the most important things that the advisory opinion of the ICJ last year stated, no? These are all part of the same, and this means that, for instance, the principles that are stated in the Rio Declaration have to be applied in every regime. And that means that here, in this regime, climate change, we have to apply prevention, precaution, participation, polluters pay, and so on. For me, it's not something new. No, for me, this is a very basic idea. But for the system, it's a new idea because it was not stated in a court decision before. So now we have this tool to push for the creation of connection between the regimes, of a more integrated idea. And this integration, as we can see in the next slide, this integration is not only, I lost my, the next slide, thank you. As we can see, these connections are not only within international environmental law, but within international law. And this is what the ministry was explaining very well, which is that there are some basic principles of international law that we have to comply with. Non-harm, cooperation, which is that those are the most basic ones, and due diligence in the way that we, as the states and these regimes, deal with the impacts of, for instance, climate change in people. No? This is basic, but has been forgotten. The idea of non-harm, it's a basic rule of law since 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. But in this regime, was not here, no? And now it's here again. We bring it back. And this bringing back the idea of non-harm should curve the way that countries are doing things. And we know that not all the countries are nowadays willing to participate or to collaborate with each other. But we also know that the only way to solve planetary crises such as the climate crisis is to cooperate. And this cooperation has to be in good faith, and this cooperation has to be thinking about non-harming others. Which others? Other people that live in the world, but also the people that will live after our time of life. And hopefully also not to harm the nature and the other lives that goes with us in this planet. But this is the basic idea, very basic, but that has been brought back by the advisory opinions in the last 2 years. So with this in mind, next slides, with this in mind, I can conclude that the international conventions, all of the international conventions that we saw before, share basis and share logic. And the logics are, on one side, the logics that we can see from the right to a healthy environment, which is this idea of development and the idea of the right to life and privacy. And on the other side, the basic ideas of international law, such as no harm and cooperation. And international environmental law cannot be understood without looking it as a part of international law, and it cannot be understood as a continuum between the most basic international agreements and the national regulations. when we see at the regimes, we can also connect the regimes with national laws. We will have a climate law, we will have an environmental law that states evaluation of projects. For instance, we will have a waste management law, and all these laws are important, but not as units, but as a system. And that system is based on this basic idea that I was showing you before. Next slide, which is the ending of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Cordello. You've shown us a very interesting point of view. I guess what I'm getting from you is that, in other words, you're saying that if you want to be successful in one regime, there is also a spillover that we can expect in other regimes. Or in other words, if you are failing in one regime, you cannot expect a success in other regime as well. And you've also mentioned that this connection has already been highlighted in several tribunal as well as several advisory opinion. And one of them is the ICJ advisory opinion. And with that, I'd like to shift to Nicole to talk more about the ICJ advisory opinion about the concerning climate change and how it guides the NDCs of the countries to achieve our common goals. So I guess what we want to hear from you is that, so how do you think that advisory opinion can contribute to a stronger national climate plan and actions? And how do you see it mandating like the alignment of these various environmental agreements that we have?
Thank you. Hello? Hello. Okay, this one works. Thank you so much, Steffi. And just to give a bit of a backgrounder, we're actually the youth global movement that started the ICJ Advisory Opinion campaign since 2019. Well, it started in the Pacific with our friends, 27 law friends, and amplified by the world's youth. So from getting the state of Vanuatu to sponsor the resolution all the way to the United Nations General Assembly, which was adopted by consensus, did not even have to pass through a vote because 132 countries co-sponsored the resolution, which I think is really important to highlight because we did not even allow these major polluters to say no to the resolution, which I think is really a significant testament also to multilateralism. And all the way to the oral hearings of the ICJ advisory opinion, it is the most participatory. It's the first in history, this much country participating before the proceedings, before the International Court of Justice, which before was really this closed door wall. Like many, in fact, international lawyers and even countries had no idea how to be involved in these processes. There was huge barriers to participation. But because of the ICJAO alliance and this global movement that we were able to do and to support, I mean, I've not just in these spaces, but in the streets, in the halls, in negotiation rooms, we were able to reach this point. So needless to say, this is really a historic moment because this is also the first COP since the ICJ advisory opinion ruling came out. So the court gave us a lot of things to work with and very strong language and obligations of states. And as well as Ezio mentioned earlier, that really that nexus of climate change and human rights, which before was not quite clear, and in engaging and speaking with states, this was also a point of contention. Is there really a nexus between climate change and human rights? But thankfully, the court has reaffirmed that and in fact, emphasized that the right to a healthy environment is a precondition to the full enjoyment of human rights. So, and the also equally important, I would say, is that they emphasize the legal consequences of breaching these obligations. Because in drafting the legal question that was supposed to be submitted, passed before the United Nations General Assembly, even drafting the legal question was tricky because we know that when states hear of obligations and even more legal consequences, they're often on the fence. So the fact that we were able to make sure that the language of obligations and duties and the legal consequences was included in the legal question and the one submitted before the ICJ, that is also extremely powerful, I would say. So after the decision in July in 23, we call it now the International Climate Justice Day. We have been quite relentless in developing strategies for implementation because it's important to note that this is quite unprecedented and there's a lot of things to unpack and to analyze, but we've already started identifying implementation pathways, especially on building capacity, as you guys have mentioned already, and I think in previous panels as well. So the AO is already being, the advisory opinion is already being referenced in domestic courts, in advocacies and in policies. And I think that, you know, global climate governance can feel sometimes out of touch, and unsurprisingly so. So that's why it's really important the building blocks is in national action plans. That's what we're trying to discuss here. And the ICJ's language on that was very strong on nationally determined contributions. The ICJ clarified that states have limited discretion over NDC content, and each NDCs must reflect its highest possible ambition, make an adequate contribution to the collective 1.5 goal, which is the legal red line and the temperature goal all states must abide. And also, it must become more demanding every 5 years and be informed by the global stock dates. So the ICJ clarified that countries' NDCs, not just NDCs, but adaptation, mitigation efforts, and even finance have to be aligned with a 1.5 degrees temperature goal. So that's the legal red line. So in engaging with governments and states, advocacy surrounding NDC is even more crucial. And we like to call this the ICJ test. Our states and governments informing and confirming to the language of the ICJ when it reaffirmed what should be the content of the NDCs. And I encourage everyone to go back to their countries and when engaging with your states, with your state officials, to look at and to hold them accountable and look into the NDCs and whether or not it's compliant to the law. So as an example, the ICJ AO also have significant implications for the law in the Philippines. I say that because I'm from the Philippines, potentially leading to an even stronger environmental protections, enhanced human rights safeguards, and more effective climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies. In one of the recent Senate hearings in the Philippines, this landmark opinion was already referenced and said to strengthen Philippines' legal and moral standing to demand scaled-up climate finance, technology access, and loss and damage support from high-emission countries and fossil fuel corporations. So these implications are significant also because there's actually currently a lawsuit filed called the Odette case. It is a legal action against Shell by multiple claimants across the Philippines. These are survivors of the tropical cyclone that left a trail of devastation in 2021. So it's extraordinary because ordinary people in the Philippines are now doing an extraordinary thing, suing these huge corporations, suing Shell. And the legal team has already made reference to the ICJ AO in the lawsuit. So again, when speaking about strengthening national climate plans and action, the ICJ opinion can further highlight the connection between climate change and human rights, particularly the right to a healthy environment. Before this, we had a panel before the WHO pavilion and emphasized the right to a healthy environment. And when we speak about that, we speak about access to clean water, clean air. So we address also these pollution because it's an affront to people's dignity and right to life. Also, as another example that maybe we could draw inspiration from is that the the ICJ advisory opinion is an authoritative reference to reinforce existing binding obligation. For example, there's a pending bill in the Philippines called Klima Bill. It means Climate Accountability Bill, which will introduce robust provisions for corporate accountability, including due diligence standard and novel approach to address those suffering loss and damage. In the lead up to COP, we didn't have much time to prepare, but we actually developed what we call our pocket guide for negotiators and allies, where we extracted, I'm happy to share this to everyone, and we have a QR code, you can access this one, where we extracted provisions of the ICJ advisory opinion into different negotiation tracks. So whatever track's agenda you're following, to be sure you can use the AO as an authoritative reference, and I'm happy to share this later on. So finally, to answer Steffi's question earlier on how does the advisory opinion mandate or reinforce alignment between multilateral environmental agreements, actually in paragraph 187 to 195 of the advisory opinion, the court said that the UNFCCC, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement complement each other. The Framework Convention establishes the ultimate objective as well as the basic principles and general obligations of states in respect of climate change, which means that the advisory opinion does not supplant or replace the Paris Agreement or UNFCCC, but is complementary to it. This can be used, and especially in this framework, this can be used to counter arguments that the UNFCCC is no longer relevant or that what matters is solely what is contained in the Paris Agreement, because the court was clear these are complementary to each other. And this provides a crucial red line, as it means that in adopting decisions, parties should be considering whether those decisions are capable of preventing climate harms and in line with international law. So just to wrap up, as Secretary Ratnawali said, international law needs integration. And international law, I would like to emphasize that international law applies in negotiation rooms in these spaces. It doesn't stop. And even more relevant at COP is that we should highlight that the courts have spoken. We're not creating new obligations here. The court has only clarified already existing binding obligations. The law is clear. The science is clear. Now we need our states to act, and politics has to catch up. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. And I guess it's very exciting to see that the ICJ advisory opinion is actually creating a very big influence in national policies as well. You've mentioned about the EU, you mentioned about in the Philippines. I guess because we are in the Indonesian pavilion right now, it's also great to hear about Indonesia. Not only how the advisory opinion also influenced Indonesia, but I guess also how the outcomes of these negotiations during COP that has been happening for days. How do you see that also strengthen Indonesia's commitments around climate issues? And I guess in terms of its commitment in the national level, do you see any key factors that have to be increased? For example, like participation or mobilization of resources or other things that might be contributing to the success of Indonesia achieving the targets. So next is Ibu Lasma.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will share 4 key areas in this present. Next, please. Next. Next. Okay. 4 points that I want to share. The first one is the growing synergies across the Rio Convention and SDGs. And then we will look how these synergies translate into Paris Agreement implementation. And then we see the synergy between COP30 agenda with negotiation stream. And the last one, updates from the first week of negotiation and what outcomes we need to look forward. Next. In the synergy within the Rio Convention, we see one of the central messages put forward by the COP30 president is the need to address climate change, biodiversity loss, and land degradation in an integrated manner. These are not separate challenges, they are interconnected, and their solution must also be connected. From that, we see that within the Rio Convention, this means ensuring the UNFCCC, CBD, and UNCCD work in mutually reinforcing way. A more coordinated approach can help avoid duplication, close existing gaps, and accelerate progress toward global goals. So one important initiative driving this shift is the Circle of Presidencies, which brings together the leaders of climate, biodiversity, and desertification COPs. It's proposed to be better align their agenda so the process in one COP can support progress in other. The next one. We also see the emphasis of integration reflected to the first global stocktake. Many parties underscore the importance of linking climate action with biodiversity conservation, sustainable land management, and overall sustainable development. So if we see the COP30 action agenda designed on that perspective, with purpose, the map and it connect existing initiative from previous COP and also identify opportunity for synergy and scale up what is already working. This approach helps ensure that efforts are streamlined and strategic. And if we see next, if we see the COP30 action agenda is designed to create strong and synergy because it have guided by the outcome of first GST and includes 30 key objectives. And if we see all the objectives across 6 major thematic area, including energy, forest, and governance. So the intention is to create coherent framework that support parties in implementing GST recommendation. Okay, next. So the next we see how the progress in the first week negotiation. I want to highlight important points that in the discussion of energy transition and forest thematic, several parties including New Zealand and members of the IAG Environmental Integrity Group emphasize the importance to ensuring that biodiversity, deforestation, and the energy transition are clearly reflected in the scope option under negotiation. So I want to highlight that under there is two progress we observe. First is under GST outcome implementation, scope option 2 includes energy transition, forest, ecosystem, nature-based solution, and biodiversity. The other one, the SBSTA chair has sent a draft decision of synergy between the Rio Convention. It includes proposal from different groups, so party will need more time to review and discuss it. A few points from this one is the link between just transition pathway, ecosystem integrity, and biodiversity protection, including through ecosystem-based adaptation approaches. From what I say from Rio, the climate action, the implementation of SDGs, and also the climate, the action agenda. Next, please. ISO perspective, there are several outcomes that we consider particularly important to safeguard moving forward. First, effective integration of CBD and UNCDD agenda, especially regarding halting deforestation and protecting biodiversity across various items such as the Just Transition Work Program, GGA, and also GST implementation. The second one, ensuring that GST outcomes remain aligned with one-point pathways, including commitment relating to ending deforestation and supporting a just transition. So the link is just transition and also protecting the biodiversity and forests. The third one, strengthening the alignment between national biodiversity planning, Indonesian biodiversity planning, and climate policy, including NDCs, so that biodiversity is systematically integrating into planning and implementation. This is the important point because before we don't, before we talk about the climate policy, but now the biodiversity and also the what I want to say, how to protect the forest and biodiversity is coming now. So we have to look that it's not only just transition, but when we doing just transition, we will also align with the forest protection and biodiversity. And the last one, the Just Transition Work Program should explicitly refer the global commitment to phase out fossil fuels as part of the broader energy transition narrative. This is important because it is still like negotiate about the issue. This inclusion provides a strong signal toward accelerating the transition away from fossil fuels. So that's 4 points that maybe Indonesia we have to look forward, and we hope the integrating approach will contribute to faster and more effectively global action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mbak Lasma. A lot of optimism, a tone of optimism there, and also a lot of hopes and criticism as well. So I guess we still have a lot of time, so means that more time for question and answer. So if the audience have any questions, we can, okay, one from the back. Okay, we can do one question first.
Hi, good afternoon. My question is, how can we get to an agreement with international law and also be considerate of each environment's specificities without being too broad, and also considering each climate, so we can actually get to like strengthen the environmental law in the world?
I guess that question can be addressed to Professor Cordero to answer.
Thank you. I understand it is a challenge, of course. It is a challenge because law has been built from how do you say it? In a way that divides things. It's a mechanic way to see the world, no? And for me, I would say that integrate a systemic way to see the world and the law will be the path to overcome this difficulty. And the systemic way of understanding law is not that hard. I mean, it's possible. What is hard is to overcome the difficulties to integrate the connection between material things into the law, because those connections have not been in the law arrangements that we have nowadays. So to be more concrete, when we look at property rights, for instance, we usually think about the owner of something as a person that can do whatever with that thing. But we are not taking into account that that thing, maybe a tree, is not only a tree, but it's also part of an ecosystem. And it's also a way to clean the air, and it's also the habitat for a species. So all these different characteristics of these things that have been put into property, I believe that we have to integrate them into the way that we think law. Also because these things that I mentioned before are usually known now as ecosystem services, no? And when we look at ecosystem services, when we think about those issues as ecosystem services, we are repeating the same mistake, and we are dividing those services and we're dividing those services from the tree, from the thing, and we're dividing those services from the system again. And that's the problem. So, to wrap up, two ways. One is to continue integration of issues using system theory, and the second is not to continue with the mercantilization, commodification of ecosystem services.
Thank you, Professor. I hope that answered your question. And another question?
Hello everyone, my name is Marcia from Indonesian Center for Environmental. This is actually an interesting discussion because I just want to follow up a question from the one before. As we have to integrating, and we know that we didn't have international organization on environment, and we just have UNEP, right? And we have many multilateral environmental agreements. Do you think that we need an international organization to govern the environmental law, and it has to apply the ergo omnes principle or obligation to the multilateral environmental agreements? I think it's to Professor Ezio as well.
Okay. Another hard question for you.
Okay, thank you. I would say thank you, but not thank you. Not really thank you. It is a way to do it, to have an international organization and to fight, I would say, in this arena of international organizations. So we need like a big organization to help us into the difficulties on integrate the different regimes. It is a path. However, in my experience and looking at how these regimes work, I think that it's better to go bottom up, no? And I think, for instance, the way that UIA versus RWE, which is a case in Germany about a Peruvian farmer, yes? I think that the way that that judge solved that issue, it's very useful, no? And I think that if we are able to convince more basic judges and more communities about the use of the basic tools of law to overcome the difficulty of integration, we will have a better result than if we go from up down, no?
Thank you very much. I hope that answered the question. And another question? Okay.
Hi everyone. Thank you for the very, very great panel discussion. My name is Karen from IOGI. I'm very, very intrigued with the experiences from Philippines where Nicole has shared to us. And I was wondering, how do we leverage the advisory opinion of ICJ in national courts, or even in national or regional courts where the national climate policies or development policies are actually in contrast to what the strong commitments or strong decisions that the AO has stated that the judges can leverage. So because it's an AO and one is already an existing legal policy. So how do we navigate that in courts? Maybe in Indonesia we can also reflect Mbak Lasma. So thank you.
Okay, so we have. No, that's an excellent question, and it's something that we try to address. Speaking to Judge Brandt of the ICJ, for example, it's up to civil society, because the thing with the AO that I think is a misnomer is that they say it's non-binding. That at first needs to be addressed. It's non-binding because it's not a contentious case. It's not between states, right? But then it's up to civil society to make sure that these obligations, these existing obligations, are complied with. And going back to our national setting, for example, there has been discussion, and as you mentioned this earlier, even for judges, there is a need for capacity building to understand, because again, these are unprecedented legal instruments, but even that, we've had already preliminary discussions of how to use that in courts, as the case in Germany. If there is enough, if there is knowledge and in being able to use this into domestic contents, that would be really helpful. But I really wouldn't discount, because litigation sounds, of course it's always useful, but it takes such a long time, and harms are already being done. So I'd say attack at all fronts, on advocacies, in policies. One, I think, really do not underestimate the power of reaching out, engaging with your governments. One of the strategies we employed for the UNJ resolution, for example, was we bombarded our ministries and letters to support the resolution. And that can be a strong added pressure as well, and added strategies, especially when we're drafting policies, and make sure that it is compliant with the law. And I think that's one of the things perhaps we can think of, like implementation pathways and how it can be useful. But I think that's relevant because in many contexts, which norms are not as flexible, when international law are not automatically integrated into domestic law, that is challenging. And I assure you that's something that we've been trying to navigate and think through as well. And we're happy to invite everyone to join us in this process. But that is definitely a challenge. But there are ways to go around it in terms of advocacies, in terms of campaign, to make sure that civil society is empowered. We're thinking of building indicators or developing indicators for accountability to make sure that we are able to track what our governments are saying, are promising, if it matches their actions. So that can be a way as well. Thanks.
Maybe, I don't know, everyone know about it, but is civil society in Indonesia use this adversary opinion. For example, when they make a lawsuit, and then the judge take it as consideration. So we try it to emphasize it by the lawsuit, by litigation or some campaign. But we know that the government, you know about the legal structure and so on. We know that it's no obligation, but we try to make this issue become bigger and known in Indonesia. I think civil society have the best, not the best, but the big part of this issue.
Thank you, Nicole and Lasma. Do we have another question? If not, I have a question for the speaker. Okay. Well, I have a question for Nicole. So we have the advisory opinion right now. Do you think that we are expecting a real case being brought to the court after this in terms around climate change issues?
Definitely, it's already happening. Even in the Court of Appeals of the Brazilian court, it's already being referenced. And I mentioned the Odette case that we're suing Shell. The AO is already being referenced by the legal counsel of the Odette, the plaintiffs, the survivors. And even though it's being heard in the UK, will also apply Philippine law. And not just that, there's also a case in South Korea, the farmers. It's the Asian context is a bit tricky because we don't have a binding human rights framework such as the Escazur, and so that's tricky. So we have to go through different strategies such as focusing on economic damage. But even that case is already referencing the AO, so we see it being used and being, again, authoritative reference already in cases, and we're and also in the European court as well. We've been tracking implementation, like how the AO is being implemented in different regions of the world. So yes, I think so.
Yeah, a follow-up question. So would you think that that advisory opinion is sort of like a driver for lawsuits at national courts only, or do you think there's going to be another case at the ICJ holding a country accountable for not doing enough?
Oh, another, you mean a contentious case, like a state versus state? Oh, you know what? We always say litigation is the last resort. If it's necessary, it is there. It is a tool, especially because the language of the ruling is very strong on justice, on climate justice, on vulnerable states, that it is an available tool, especially because it discusses transboundary harm. So it is possible. We are just careful in how we frame it. And we always say litigation as a last resort. But yes, definitely, if necessary, it can be a useful tool.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Another question from the audience? Okay, so it's time for me to ask another question then. I have a question for Lasma. So Nicole mentioned that litigation is the last resort. And also she mentioned that I guess another important thing that we can do is to influence policies. And you also mentioned that the civil society in Indonesia are also kind of doing that in terms of pushing for a better policy in Indonesia. So do you think that Indonesia will need a stronger law or policy in terms of climate change? Probably in the need of a climate change law, perhaps?
Yes. Actually, the civil society in Indonesia has consolidated maybe this year, and they want to push some new law in Indonesia. We say it's a climate change law, I think, but in still on process. They have made not litigation. They have met the government, not from the ministry, but they give some opinion about the law, but it's still on process actually. We hope maybe Indonesia make a new change by release the new law about climate change.
That is very exciting news. We are all very looking forward to how that will turn out. Another question from the audience? Not yet? Okay, so another question then to the speaker. Okay. Wow, this is going to be a hard question then.
Yes, I have question for Nicole. I'm really interested about your explanation about ICJ, a decision regarding the climate change. So is there any country that already implemented the decision from the ICJ, yeah, to the policy in the country? I agree with you that the litigation is the last resort. So for me as a ministry, yeah, I'm really happy if like the decision from the ICJ can, you know, like ICEL can give to us, and then we can review together, and then perhaps you can make a suggestion to the government about this. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful question, and even more inspired and excited to hear that from the ministry, Madam Secretary Ratwani herself. There is, and in fact, but also to highlight that the ruling just came out 3 months ago in July. So there's a lot of work to do. But for example, the NDC of Vanuatu is a good starting point. In fact, there's already another UNJ resolution. It's not yet out. Another UNJ resolution by the government of Vanuatu to build political power and momentum for a resolution endorsing all the advisory opinions. Not just JICJ, but the Inter-American Court one, the ITLOS one, and I think there's even an African advisory opinion coming out. So just to emphasize that there is time to for our NDCs, for countries to for their NDCs to reflect highest possible ambition. And the NDC of Vanuatu, for example, would be a good reference point. I'm not sure perhaps the ministries would have access to that, but yes, that's already being done, especially in Vanuatu.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Any other question? No? Okay, I think we can wrap up this discussion. Thank you very much again, all the speakers. I think as a conclusion, I can say that we have a lot of international treaties. It can be overwhelming, but from this discussion, what we got so far is that these international treaties are really interconnected from one to another. So basically, we can see it as one integrated effort towards a better future for all of us. So thank you very much for sending that message to us, the speakers. And before we end the discussion, I'd like to ask Bu Vivien to also come to the stage so we can have a picture together.
At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business as usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huaye, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Huaxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.